at the SAPS against that individual. Thereafter, if there is a case or there is no case, we don't have the powers to go and arrest. And once also there's a case, it is now the responsibility of SAPS to start the process of investigation. But at times, we are a force multiplier to SAPS. So we at times go out with them to go and assist with that arrest. But it will be done by SAPS.
Advocate Silo, on behalf of all South Africans, I have a question. I'm going to abuse this opportunity. Chief Mapiyeye, I've often seen Metro Police officers in a roadblock situation, stopping vehicles and saying to drivers, you have outstanding speeding fines or whatever you call them. If you don't pay them now, we're going to detain you and arrest you. Do they have the power to do that? Or are they acting beyond the scope of their?
Thanks, Commissioner. I hope there might be a lot of outstanding fines in this room, but once a member of public has been issued with a traffic fine or a Section 341, a spot fine is a fine which is issued direct by an officer on the side of the road. It has got a pay date and a court date. Once the fine was not paid, and then it goes to court, then the magistrate will then authorize a warrant of arrest. So we've got a system where we store all those outstanding warrant of arrests. Now, once you are on the road and the officers, they can identify that you've got a warrant of an arrest, they are legally bound to arrest you there and there so that you can go and pay the fine.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. I guess the moral of the story is to make sure that you don't have outstanding warrants of arrest for unpaid traffic fines. Turning then to paragraph 18, you explain the relevance of this clarification you have provided as regards the powers of the SAPS contrasted with the powers of the municipal police services. Can you explain that?
Thank you, SC. As I've indicated earlier that officers, they can misuse their powers. By them mere wearing uniform, it does not mean that they can do anything which is against the law. You'll find officers conducting investigation into a property. That is not in their mandate to go and do investigation. That is the function of SAPS. So members of public, they need to be conscientized and be educated around this, because we do not want to see our officers as well subjecting or terrorizing our communities. So they have got no investigating powers.
Thank you. And turning then to paragraphs 19 and 20, you express an opinion there about the limited powers that municipal police services have. What Please share your opinion with us.
Sorry, maybe Ms. Silo,
Yes.
I'm sorry, you may have to repeat your question. Can I just clarify?
Absolutely,
Can
Commissioner.
I just clarify this? Chief Mapiyeye, one of the functions of the Metropolitan that you have listed is enforcing bylaws. I think you said something about bylaws. Now, can our officers, or does that include the power to go into a property and investigate compliance with bylaws? Is that permissible? And I'm asking the question because I've understood you to say they don't have the power to go into a property and investigate. How far does that power to enforce bylaws go?
Thank you, Commissioner. Relevant other departments in the city, we've got building inspectors. They've got their own powers, the building inspectors. The water department, they've got their own inspectors with their own bylaws. We as Metropolis, we can enforce bylaws which are happening on the public road. But when there are these other transgressions, we usually accompany, we do what we call force multiplier, that we take the other inspectors with their relevant powers. Maybe we get into a ship-in, because liquor board, we always go with them. They've got powers to do certain activities there. So we are a force multiplier going with them to do the necessary. If it's a matter of water challenge, the inspector who is trained in that division of water, he has got the powers to issue a fine there. So that is how we handle issues of bylaws.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I had drawn your attention to paragraphs 19 and 20 of your statement, Chief Mapiyeye, and I highlighted that you express an opinion in paragraph 19, and I was inviting you to share that opinion with the commissioners.
Thank you, SC. Municipal police service, however, do require additional powers to be able to effectively enforce the law and combat crime, and to be able to conduct certain other functions of the department's core function. Much as we do not have these investigative powers, from our side as Metropolis, we feel that should we be capacitated with much more powers, we can do much better. An example, when we arrest a drunken driver, once we have completed all our investigation, having have drawn blood, we take that accused to the police station. That is where our job ends. Now, we feel that if we're to be given additional powers, we can be much more productive. You arrest a drunken driver, you hand him over to the police station. The police have got an avalanche amount of work. It might not be their priority to take those blood samples to the lab because they are swamped with a lot of other activities. But if it was us, because this is close to our hearts, we will be able to move up to speed with taking those blood samples to the lab and getting the results. because from experience, what one has seen, you arrest a drunken driver, you hand over the blood sample at the police station. At times, you don't even get the feedback what happened with that blood box. At times, they don't even arrive at the lab. You will see with the amount of our officers who will be called back to court to come and testify. It's very minimal officers who will then come back. But if we're doing that by ourselves, we feel that if we had at least additional powers, we can do much better to benefit our community and reduce the level of crime and safety in our cities.
Having then expressed such an opinion and I guess desire, you do, however, clarify at paragraph 20 what you must not be understood to mean by that opinion. At page 7.
I agree, yes, I see that regardless of what we are indicating that we need additional powers, it doesn't mean that, or in fact, our officers need to be trained on whatever powers have been given to them and the limitation thereof. So much as we want or we need additional powers, but we need to exercise those in accordance to the approved laws of the country.
Thank you. Still at page 7.
Ms. Silla?
Yes, Commissioner.
Perhaps on this topic of that the Metropolis should be given, or the suggestion for more powers for effectiveness, it might help, not necessarily now, that we get some exactly what powers would ideally be, or in fact what Chief Mapiyeye is speaking to, what powers would assist if they were allocated to the EMPD. And that can be in a separate document.
Indeed. We would consider that because, as Chief Mapiyeye says, it was just an opinion based on frustrations on the ground. So perhaps it might be appropriate if a further interrogation of those challenges and how best they believe could be overcome by conferring more powers, if he applied his mind to that, to then come back with a sort of a statement where proposals are set out, both to identify the nature of the power and the extent of the power, with reference perhaps to those powers as already obtained with members of the SAPS. So we shall consider that, and perhaps not only with Chief Mapiyeye, but with all the EMPD police officers that will be testifying. We'll try and see if we can produce a joint statement in that regard. Thank you. Chief Mapiyeye, you understood our new assignment now. We're going to work on a second statement to address the issues that Commissioner Baloyi has raised.
I've noted that.
Thank you. I was drawing your attention then to, still at page 7, to a new topic that you start. You have headed that topic, challenges within the EMPD. You deal with these issues for the next couple of pages. And I would like to invite you to take us through the contents of that chapter, the challenges within the EMPD, from page 7.
Thank you, SC. On page 7, challenges within the EMPD. Section 64C of SAPS Act bestow upon the Chief of Police of a municipal police service the power to appoint, recruit members for the service. The section provides as follows. The executive head shall, subject to this act, national standards and directive of the chief executive officer of the municipality, exercise control over the municipal police service and shall. The word executive head refers to the chief of police in the environment of the city.
To be more precise, you mean the phrase executive head?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And the chief executive officer, that is the accounting officer, who is a city manager in a municipality. But these responsibilities are assigned to the municipal police service, to the executive head. Be responsible for maintaining an impartial, accountable, transparent, and efficient municipal police service. Subject to the applicable laws, be responsible for recruitment, appointment, promotion, transfer of members of the municipal police service. Ensure that traffic policing service by the municipalities are prejudicially affected by the establishment of municipal police service.
Are not prejudicially affected. You skipped the
Thank you very
not.
much, Chair. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Are not prejudicially affected by the establishment of the municipal police service. Be responsible for the discipline of the municipal police service, either personally or through a member of municipal police service designated by him or her for that purpose. Represent the municipal police service on every local police coordinating committee established in terms of Section 64K within the area of jurisdiction of the municipality. Perform such duties as may from time to time be imposed upon him or by her by the Chief Executive Officer.
You then proceed in the context of the provisions of Section 64, capital C. You then speak to what actually transpired within the EMPD in Ekurhuleni. You deal with that in paragraph 22.
Okay, on page 8, that's bullet number 22, it states that the city manager of Ekurhuleni, or the ex-city manager of Ekurhuleni, that was Dr. Imogen Mashazi, usurped all the powers set out in Section 64C of SAPS Act and assume the responsibility of recruiting, promoting police officers within EMPD, notwithstanding my consistent protestations. That is the earlier responsibilities of the executive head. You will find that the city manager will exercise those responsibilities. Meanwhile, those are responsibilities which are assigned to the executive head of the department, which is the chief of police. Can I continue?
Please continue. You indicate thereafter that in so usurping the powers of the executive head, she was working in concert with certain members, and you list them at paragraph 23.
Yeah. In this regard, she was supported by in taking those responsibility of the executive head, who is the chief of police, she was supported in the department by the following HODs. That HOD, Human Resource, who is currently Ms. Linda Kasheka. The second one will be HOD, Legal and Corporate, which is Advocate Kemi Biari. And the third one, that will be a Deputy Chief of Police, reporting to me, that is Deputy Chief of Police, Operations and Specialized Services, Brigadier Julius Dr. Mkhwanazi. So the powers of the Chief of Police, you will find that they were then exercised by those mentioned other individuals, which it is not their right to can do that.
And was this done with or without your knowledge? I'm just trying to understand. When you say they recruited and appointed police officers, did they do it with your knowledge or without your knowledge?
Commissioner, when we go a little bit further, this document, I think I will then be able to clarify how certain promotions happened without my knowledge.
Just to follow up on that question and the undertaking you make to Commissioner Khumalo, are you suggesting that those promotions that you will address in the fullness of time happened in contravention of Section 64C that you deal with at paragraph 21?
That is correct, I see.
Thank you. Chair, I see it's almost 11, but we had a late start to this morning. I forgot to ask if it impacts
Let us continue until quarter past 11.
Okay. I shall do so. You make a point at paragraph 24 regarding an appointment in respect of Brigadier Mkhwanazi. And you say that he was purportedly appointed as the Deputy Chief of Police, Operations and Specialized Services. You see that? You indicate that you deal with this aspect further on in your statement. My question is, can you briefly indicate to the commissioners why you say that he was purportedly appointed? He was, as if you question that appointment or the validity thereof. Yes.
Commissioners, this brigadier or director, Julius Dr. Mkhwanazi, he was a director, operations and specialized services, appointed as such.
Chief Mapiyeye, is it possible for you to pull the mic closer to you, or you sit closer to the mic, one of the two, please?
That's done, Commissioner.
And Chief Mapiyeye, my apologies for interrupting. As you respond to my question, please do not go into too much detail, because you do deal with this aspect later in your statement, and we will deal with it then. I just wanted a general overview of why you say it's a purported appointment.
Okay.
Or perhaps if it works best for your evidence, I can park that question and we will deal with it when we get to the relevant chapter. Would that work better, perhaps?
I will appreciate that.
Okay,
I see.
I'm happy to do so. Then we'll proceed to page 9, and at page 9 you have a subheading, and at page 10 you have a different subheading. And your first subheading at page 9 is Head of Department, Human Resources, Linda Kasheka. This is the person you suggested at paragraph 23 that she, in concert with others and the then city manager, usurped your powers. Is that correct?
That is correct, SC.
And you deal with those issues from paragraph 25. Can you take the commissioners through that?
Thank you, SC. Commissioners, on bullet number 25, that's on page 9, I think during September, October 2023, the contract of a deputy chief of police, who was Mr. Goodman Mzolo, was nearing its end. I think it was ending end of November 2023. And then I felt it important to initiate the process of appointing another deputy chief of police once Mr. Mzolo vacate the position, because it is a very crucial position which one cannot neglect to fill. As I indicated earlier, that this is the face of Metropolis in the city. HR, they've assisted me with the initiation of the process to advertise the position. Interviews dates were set. And then the process of shortlisting an interview took place during November 2023. To my memory, I think we had about 2 candidates who were shortlisted. That was Dr. Julius Mkwanazi and my staff officer, who is Ivan Duplessis.
Yes.
The process of interviews were concluded. We were then awaiting the other process to unfold, because once you have gone through the interview process, we usually send 1 or 2 of those candidates for competency compliance certificate.
Perhaps before you get to that point, if I could refer you to paragraph 26, you say that there was a proposal or a suggestion to extend the tenure of, is it director or chief, Mr. Mzolo?
That is correct.
And in this regard, you reference annexure JM5. JM5 is in the big file at page 45, the annexures file. It starts at page 45.
Okay, thank you very much, SC.
Now, just to confirm, if you go to page 46, no, let me start at 45. I see the subject line reads, extension of the employment contract, Mr. Goodman Mzolo, Deputy Chief of Police Operations and Specialized Services in the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department. You confirm that's how it reads, correct?
Is it on the big file?
In the big file at page 45.
Page 45.
It's under the tab marked JM5.
I've got it, SC.
And at your paragraph 26, you indicate that you received this document from the HOD Human Resources, right? And you state at paragraph 26, this she did without prior discussion with me. Is that correct?
That is correct, SC.
Can I then invite you to page 46 for a clarification? Because at page 46, after the recommendation, which is to extend Mr. Mzolo's contract, what's reflected on the document, and it's got space for 3 signatures, but none appended. But that document reflects Mr. Isaac Mapiyeye, Chief of Police, as the person recommending. And yet at your paragraph 26, you say that she requested that an extension be effected. Can you explain that?
That is correct, SC. Commissioners have indicated that the powers to appoint, discipline, and transfer rest with the Chief of Police. After we have concluded the process of the shortlisting and the interview process of that position of a Deputy Chief of Police Operations, I received a letter from HR, HOD HR with Linda Kashega, where she has done a motivation to extend a contract of the then Deputy Chief of Police, Mr. Mzolo. It is not a responsibility. She must just run HR. I know my profession. I know the people I need there. So I'm the one, if I wanted to extend that contract, I'm the one who should have initiated that process. So I'm trying to show how much other people have got interest into my department. So they've got, she had nothing to worry herself about. She must worry about HR matters, not about catching criminals, because I know the people I want to deal with my challenges in the department.
Now, looking at JM5, can you turn to page 46? Am I just understanding correctly that JM5 originates from the HOD of HR? It's not a document you prepared. Am I understanding you correctly?
SC, are we talking about the document which is written number 45?
Yes,
Memorandum.
JM5 at page 45. At the top right-hand corner is the page number.
JM5 I've got.
All right. I see at page 45, it's addressed to Dr. Imogen Mashazi, City Manager. Right?
That is correct, SC.
Then it indicates that it's from Miss Linda Klasheka, HOD, Human Resources.
That is correct, SC.
Understanding then what's reflected there, I invited you to page 46 after item 3, recommendations. Do you see where I'm reading?
That is correct, SC.
And I see that the first signature there is intended to be by Mr. Isaac Mapiyeye, Chief of Police. Then that is you.
That is
and it
correct,
suggests
SC.
that the person who signs there would either recommend or not recommend.
That is correct, SC.
And then, only thereafter, does the HOD Human Resources sign to approve or not to approve. And lastly, then the city manager. according to this document.
I could see that, SC.
Yes. So my question to you, I guess, is it correct for this document to suggest that you are recommending the appointment based on what you are testifying here today? If you signed that document, what would the meaning thereof be?
As I've indicated earlier, commissioners, that it's irrelevant that she wanted me to recommend or approve. It is my responsibility to appoint police officers in my department.
Yes.
So she had nothing to do with the extension of a contract of a deputy chief of police.
Yes.
Are you saying, so that I understand you, are you saying you did not initiate the process to extend the contract of the deputy, and that you did not ask her to prepare this document?
Very clear, I understand you, Commissioner. It is true. I did not initiate this process of compiling this memorandum, and I was also not consulted when she prepared this memorandum. So I could not be part of someone prepare food which I don't eat and just come and dish for me.
I take it then you never signed it. You never signed on page 46, or a copy similar to this.
That is correct, SC, Commissioner. Though I also submitted a memorandum in response to this letter she sent to me, which is on page 47.
Yes.
Where I've indicated there on that memorandum.
It's I apologize, Chief Mapiyeye. It's a fairly short letter. At paragraph 26 of your statement, you say, I did not support the proposed extension, right?
That is correct.
And then you refer us to page 47, which is also part of JM5.
That is correct, SC.
And you just responded to Commissioner Khumalo to indicate that that was your response to the proposed extension as appears from pages 45 to 46, correct?
That is correct, SC.
I'm saying that then, is that your signature at the bottom of 47, page 47, above your name, IJ Mapiyeye?
That is my signature, Commissioner.
It's a very short, I think, letter. Can you just quickly just read it into the record? Thank you.
The heading commissioners will say extension of employment of contract, Mr. Goodman Mzolo, Deputy Chief of Police, Operations and Specialized Services in the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department. The above matter refers, attached request is not supported. The attached request is not supported due to the following reasons. The matter was never discussed with me. The employee did not even apply for the position as it was recently advertised. Because I've explained that we have, by that time, have concluded the shortlisting and interview processes. Number 3, I further state that we have recently conducted interviews and made recommendations. Most of the challenges which resulted in me being sent on special leave emanated from the leadership style and the division of the same employee.
And I see that your letter is dated the 8th of November, 2023.
That is correct, SC.
Before
yes,
you continue, Mr. Lo, so what should one make of the letter at 45 that is recommending the extension? Does it mean that someone else put together this document and then put in your name as the person who moved for the extension in the hope that you would sign recommending that there be an extension, but you never signed and instead wrote the letter that you've just read now. Is that the full picture?
That is correct, Commissioner. It was prepared by someone who is Linda Blasheka, the HOD of Human Resource.
And just to be clear, based on what you say again at your paragraph 26, you say the HOD Human Resources requested the city manager that the incumbent's contract be extended, right? And then you introduce this letter that is from page 45.
Yeah, I request
that
that
time?
we take the
Absolutely,
adjournment now, and let's resume at 20 past 11. Let's adjourn.
It's 20 past 11, Chair, in 3 minutes, so might as well go to the door
What
and come
did I
back.
want to say? Yeah, 25 to 12.
25 to, thank you.
Let's
Chair.
adjourn.
we suggest perhaps you switch on both mics, because depending on which direction you look, then your voice drops. So you have the one mic on. Can you switch on the one to your right?
This
Yes.
one is on.
I want to keep both on, because sometimes you look one direction and then you're not as audible. So perhaps keep both of them on facing you. Then whichever direction you look, we don't lose you.
Understand this.
Okay. Before we broke for tea, we were dealing with Annexure JM5, starting from page 45 of the big file. Can you go back to that file?
I am there, see.
And you had read into the record your response to the request for the extension of Mr. Mzolo's contract, and your response is at page 47, correct?
That is correct, see.
The question I think I had asked you, I had to stand down because of the tea break, is as follows. In light of your response at page 47, was Mr. Mzolo's contract ever extended?
See, it was not extended.
It was not extended. We are dealing with the issue of interference in the exercise of your powers and your after the failed attempt to extend the contract of Mr. Mzolo, and you speak there of a letter you addressed to her of the 13th of April, 2024. And that letter, according to paragraph 27 of your statement, you say is JM6 of your annexures. That JM6 starts at page 48, if you could turn to that annex. As you deal with this at paragraph 27 of your statement.
In short, SC, I think early 2024, around about February, March, there were positions which were advertised. To my dismay, I realized that a deputy chief of police, Julius Mkwanazi, was running with the process of recruitment and promotion of municipal police members without my involvement.
Yes.
So I've picked this up, then I had to write to the HOD, Human Resource, to explain to her that they can't do what they are doing. I must be part of that process because I have to overall control Metropolis and avoid any other irregularities which might take place in the process of recruitment. So on high level, I think that's how this letter was worded.
Yes. And that is, in summary, the content of your letter at page 46, JM6. At page 46 of the big file. What you've just stated is a summary of the content of. Oh, apologies, 48. I'm corrected. I got my pages wrong. I do apologize. 48.
Thank you, Yassi. 48,
I apologize.
yes.
Yes. So I was saying what you've just stated now is a high-level summary of the content of the letter we are referencing at page 48.
That is correct, SC.
And that was your advice to the HOD.
That was correct, SC.
What was her response to this letter, if any?
She did not respond, but what I've observed, the processes of interviews in my department continued between herself and Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi.
Yes. Overleaf then, in your statement at page 10, you introduce a new subheading, Deputy Chief of Police Julius Dr. Mkhwanazi.
Okay, Silo, sorry to do this. Can
Yes,
we just
sir.
go back to this letter? I'm worried that we are leaving it without the necessary context.
Absolutely.
Chief Mapiyeye is it Brigadier Mkhwanazi? Is his title Brigadier?
That is correct.
You-
Currently, he is now
You are saying he was running with the process of promotion and recruitment of officers. But who had authorized him to run with the process of promotion and recruitment of officers?
Thanks, Commissioner. With this memo, I've addressed to HOD, Human Resource, and CC, the City Manager. I was trying to stop what I was seeing in the department between the HOD, Human Resource, and Julius, because I cannot sit in my office and hear from a subordinate who will tell me that tomorrow I'm going to an interview. If I were just to expand on this, commissioners, the Metropolis comprises of just above 3,000 police members. Some of them have been in the system for more than 30, 40 years. Constable. Now, I remember this incident very well, where an officer who was a year old in the system saying to me, "Hey, sir, I'm going to the interviews tomorrow." I didn't frown or show the officer that I'm not so comfortable with that, because I believe that we need to reward some of our hard-working officers, because we've got a lot of officers who are really dedicated in the job. I'm not saying newly appointed officers must not be promoted, but experience also counts a lot. So it gives me this, I was so uncomfortable when I was seeing these things happening. Then I have to write to the HOD, Human Resource, that I want to be part and parcel of this process of recruitment.
But do you know who had authorized Mkhwanazi to initiate and continue with that process? Or can he do it at all? Let's just maybe ask the question differently. Can he do that?
Thanks, Commissioner. He must be assigned by myself. Whoever from my department, he must have been assigned by myself to work closer with Human Resource in order to facilitate these processes.
In this case, you say you had not assigned him.
That is correct. I did not assign him to be there.
Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you, Commissioner. And in fact, then that leads us well into your page 10, where you specifically then deal with the conduct of Brigadier Mkhwanazi in the context of what we're talking about. starting at paragraph 29 of your statement.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. I think on page 10, paragraph number 29, Brigadier Mkhwanazi, with the support of the city manager, that is Dr. Imogen Mashazi, has over the years brazenly disregarded my authority as the Chief of Police of EMPD. Julius, as a Deputy Chief, was always appointed to act as a Chief of Police whenever I'm absent or on leave. Meanwhile, there were other senior Deputy Chief of Police who could have been considered to act. Julius was appointed on the 1st of December 2013, 2023. So he was still new to can resume even the processes of overseeing the running of the recruitment process in the department. During such acting appointments, he conducted recruitments, effected various promotions, and set up panels to conduct interviews of candidates.
Chief Mapiyeye, can I just find out on that? Surely there's at the beginning of a period, say a financial year, or at some point at least, where the head of the department, you in this case, would have identified what positions you have that need to be filled. You would have identified what promotions and transfers and all of that. Does that happen in this case, in your department?
Thanks, Commissioner. Issues of recruitment or promotions, they happen as and when there are vacancies. And these specific ones, it happened where we had promotional positions during that time. It's not always that we will always find ourselves having promotions. But this specific one happens at times when I'm absent or I was on leave for a very short space of time. Julius will be running very quick with the issues of appointing panel members who will sit at those interviews. Ironically, in one of the panels, being the Chief of Police, he appointed me as well to go and sit in another panel, regardless that he was acting. But he appointed me. And when I will go and query to my principal, she will tell me that I have given Julius Mkhwanazi the roles and responsibility to take over the promotional positions. So which I wasn't okay with it. At some stage I wrote even a letter explaining my dissatisfaction that I am the accounting officer of EMPD. So that's how things will at times happen.
To your knowledge, did the city manager appoint acting people across the departments? Is she the one that exercised that power, and not just to your department? Would she appoint in other departments as well?
That is correct, Commissioner. She does appoint HODs to act in their respective departments. But in my department, I've indicated that I had other deputy chiefs who are highly experienced, who have been there and understanding the system. But Julius, being newly appointed in 2023 December, already during May the 6th, from the 6th up to the 17th of May, this is what I've got on record for now. From the 6th to the 17th of May, he was acting as a chief of police. So he will quickly run those processes, and appointing me, whilst I have raised these challenges, that I did not want to see people being appointed whose positions were not even advertised. And this happened in this process, that people were appointed and that position was never advertised. So it's irregular to appoint someone to a position which was not advertised.
Chief, further to your response to Commissioner Baloyi, you deal with these appointments over that relatively short period, you say between May to July 2024, at paragraph 32, at page 10 of your statement. So in part response to your questions, you might want to deal with the contents of paragraph 32.
Thank you, SC. Thank you, Commissioners. On paragraph 32, from the period May to July 2024, Mkhwanazi made 55 appointments or promotions without my involvement, which included directors, deputy directors, chief superintendents, and inspectors. I attach Mark JM7, a list of all those appointments. As I've said earlier on, that most of these candidates did not satisfy the requirements of the respective advertised post. In some instances, the post some were appointed to were never advertised. The appointments were in large part drawn from the members of the unit which Brigadier Mkhwanazi headed.
You reference Annexure JM7 at paragraph 32, and that appears in the big file at page 50. And at page 50 is a table of appointments you say were effected by Brigadier Mkhwanazi in the period May to July 2024. Is that correct?
That is correct, SC.
You wanted to clarify, insofar as JM7 is concerned, a little aspect for the commissioners. If you look at JM5, there is an entry in the first line of an appointment of a director. It's colored in green. It's the appointment of Director Dion Singh. Now, in the context of what you stated, paragraph 32, you wanted to clarify something to the commissioners, as you indicated to us. This is the opportunity to do so. At paragraph 32, you say JM7 is a list of 55 people who were appointed without or promoted without your involvement. Correct? That's what you state in your statement.
That is correct, SC.
Having stated that, you pointed out to us that when you have proper regard to JM7 and page 50, there's a clarification you would like to make in regard to the first name there, the first appointee, and that is Director Dion Singh. And I'm giving you the opportunity to do so.
Thank you, SC.
Thank you.
When I look at this page, on page 5, MJ7.
Page 50 you meant, for
Page
the record.
50.
Yes.
MJ7. I will just pick up 2 to 3 irregularities which I could just from the onset pick up.
If I may, General, before you do so, perhaps the clarification you wanted to bring to the attention of the commissioners, were you involved in the appointment of Director Dion Singh, who appears first on that list?
That is correct, SC. I was involved in the appointment of a Director Singh.
So, if that's what you state, then your paragraph 32 is correct, but to the exclusion of Director Singh, because you were involved. Recall, you say this is a list of appointments made without your involvement.
That is correct, SC.
So what you are suggesting that you still stand by that statement, except you point out that that point does not apply to Director Singh because you were involved in his appointment.
That is correct, SC.
Having then clarified that you wanted to make a reference to about 2 other appointments on that list, you may do so.
I will go to page 50 and I look at candidate number 4.
Yes.
The positions which were advertised by that time, it could be a Director Operations and Specialized Services. But candidate number 4, you will see that candidate, she is appointed as a Deputy Director, Internal Affairs. On the structure I've shown earlier, unfortunately, we could not go down that structure. Each and every structure, there are 5 deputy chiefs. There are vacancies below those deputy chiefs. Now, they've advertised a position of a Deputy Director, Operations and Specialized Services. And then they take a employee number of a position which is with Internal Affairs and appoint that individual in the operational leg. So technically, if you wanted to fill in the position of a Director, Internal Affairs, a Deputy Director, Internal Affairs, you must advertise according to that job spec of that position of a Deputy Director, Internal Affairs. But what happened here, they've advertised Deputy Director Operations and Specialized Services, and took that position which is at Internal Affairs, at Compliance, and utilize that position to appoint and place someone in operational leg. In this sense, you are disadvantaging other employees in the respective divisions.
Yes.
So that's the one I've picked up quickly.
Before you move on to the next, are you suggesting then that candidate 4 on that list was appointed to a position that was never advertised?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
SC. I look at candidate number 7.
Chief Mapiyeye, aren't you suggesting even more than that it's not simply she was appointed to a position that was never advertised, but that there was in fact misrepresentation of what the position is, in fact, to which he gets appointed.
That is very, very correct, Commissioner, in the sense that some employees who could be working at Internal Affairs, some of them have been acting in that position at Internal Affairs. And then you advertise this position at Operations and Specialized Services. The mind of employees, they will always think that no, they are still going to advertise this position. You find that someone doesn't apply because he knows that this is not his specialty. He is still waiting for his opportunity one day when that position is advertised so that he or she can apply. Because as I'm saying, others have been acting in those positions.
Thank you, Commissioner. You've given us one example of an irregular appointment with reference to the candidate at item 4. You wanted to give another without necessarily going through the irregularities or shortcomings of the candidates on the list. You wanted to highlight one more. Which one is that?
I will go to candidate number 8.
Yes.
Which is a chief superintendent,
Yes.
stores. On the organigram I spoke earlier, that position rests with the deputy chief of police, auxiliary and support. Now, that position was just advertised as chief superintendent, operations and specialized services. The people who were working at stores, others were acting, some of them were still waiting that one day that position will be advertised, will apply. But then through the arrangement of Julius and Linda Kasheka, they took those positions and utilized them to appoint some of these individuals, irregularly so. Before I left, I was seated with a long list of disputes about officers who are disputing these kind of appointments.
Okay, I think the commissioners get a sense of the challenges attaching to the appointments as reflected in page 50, page 50, except, of course, to the exclusion of the first candidate, who you say you interviewed and took part in his appointment, correct?
That's correct, Essie.
Okay,
Before you
Yes.
move on, Ms. Silo, can we just clarify this? Chief, in the preceding paragraphs, you had said that these appointments, he would be appointed to act, this is Brigadier Mkhwanazi, would be appointed to act whenever you were absent or on leave, and you say for short periods of time. And then in 31, you then say you were on leave from the 6th to 17 May. But then in paragraph 32, where you talk about these 55 appointments, it's in the period May to July 2024. Were you on leave? Were you away in all of that time that those 55 appointments were made?
It's very important, this question, Commissioner, in the sense that during May to July 2024, I was at work, I was not on leave. So these were happening in my presence, but not being involved in these appointments, except the directors.
And the explanation, maybe you might have said it if you have, maybe repeat it. The explanation why Brigadier Mkhwanazi could make appointments even when you were present at work is what?
I've complained about this challenge, and then I was told, I think there is also a memo, if my memory serves me well, that I cannot expect myself to be seated in all the positions, including the clerks. Yes, I'm not interested to sit. I've indicated to my boss that it doesn't mean that I want to go and sit in positions and do interviews. But I need to take part and also give guidance so that these irregularities we're talking about, they couldn't have happened. So, but they did happen, and he continued with the blessing of the city manager to do all these kind of appointments and the HOD human resource.
At this point, he was obviously not acting chief of police because you are present, right? My question is, on what authority? I hear you saying he had the blessings of the city manager, but in what capacity? Did she assign the specific functions of filling vacancies to him and thus taking them away from you, where you have indicated in terms of that section 64.6, that's your role to do? Is there any document which delegated these powers to him away from you?
Commissioner, this was not given in writing. It was a verbal instruction that all those promotional positions which were taking place by then shall be handled by Julius Mkhwanazi. And then I responded with a memorandum to express my dissatisfaction, but regardless, the process continued.
And did the city manager say why she was assigning him the responsibility over promotional positions? Did you provide an explanation for that?
Much as I've explained to her my responsibility, she said to me, I need to worry myself only with the appointment of the next lower level, which is Deputy Chief of Police from me. I must not worry myself about lower positions below that, of which I've disagreed with her, because anything which will go wrong during that process, I will remain accountable for the outcome of all these irregular processes. But she continued, and Julius continued to do his job as instructed by the city manager.
Is there anything in your protocols in the municipalities' ways of doing things? Is there anything that prevented you from raising what seems like very serious intrusions into your statutory duty? Because the power it derives from the Act. You have referred us to that section 64C. Is there anything in your protocols that prevented you bringing this to the attention of the council? This unlawful, what looks like unlawful conduct on the part of the city manager?
There has been nothing stopping me to can escalate this matter, but because things were happening at a very faster rate, before I could move on, because I had a lot of challenges in the department, there were a lot of criminalities which I'm still going to touch on. I'm not saying it was not a priority for me to go or escalate this matter, but you are swamped with a lot of other urgent activities which you need to respond as now, even after hours, with the passing of time, because this happened around May, June. In August, I was sent home. So I was suspended. So I could not then have the luxury anymore of following up all these other activities.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I just refer you back to paragraph 6 of your statement? I wonder if you're able to clarify something for us. At paragraph 6, at page 3, you state that the EMPD reports to the Council through the Chief Executive Officer in terms of Section 64B of the SAPS Act. Earlier, you testified that that reporting by EMPD is through yourself, the executive head of EMPD. That's correct?
That is correct, Chair.
My question then is, if Section 64, capital B, prescribes that you report to Council through the Chief Executive Officer in circumstances where you are experiencing challenges with the very Chief Executive Officer, do you have an idea of how you could have your voice heard in Council? You may not know, but is it possible that you might have an idea of how you could have overcome that difficulty?
I will believe, seated here, Chair, that the only door which one is open for me in such kind of a situation is to even report to my political principal, because each and every department has got an MMC where I can then report to the MMC. The MMC can even take it up to the mayor.
Okay.
If I can pose at that.
No, I understand, and I appreciate that clarification. But then it prompts another question. Did you ever make any report of any kind concerning these matters to the MMC? Or is it a case of your shortly thereafter being suspended and didn't have the opportunity?
Before I was suspended, I once shared these challenges with my MMC, which is MMC Masuku. But I could also not find joy with the engagement we had.
Okay.
Could I further elaborate?
No, but by all means,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. I could further not find joy with whatever I was trying to advance to my political principal. I remember one of the matter we discussed on, it was also human resource related. We have got this award ceremony. If you are 10 years or 20 years or 30 years in the system, you usually get a medal for the 10 years or 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. I will go back to the recruitment side as well, because I've discussed that with her. Now, in the department of about 3,000 employees, it doesn't matter whether this employee is black or white or whatever. If the employee is 40 years in the service, he has been 40 years in the service, I cannot implement affirmative action with employees who are due to get their medals. I remember that at some stage I had about 8 white officers. And then I was called to order that, hey, why don't you implement equity in your department? I tried to explain that if you are 40 years being a black officer, female or male, colored, you are 40 years in the system, you must get that medal. So it doesn't go with the issues of race that I can implement equity. Those are some of the challenges I've picked up. I've also highlighted the issues of the recruitment which I was having. But I couldn't really get help. The last day when I was about to be shown the door to go home, the MMC was there and the city manager, the ex-city manager, Dr. Mashazi, they were there, both of them. So in August, then I was suspended. I could not follow up on any other thing.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We got sidetracked a bit, I guess, because of a question posed by Commissioner Baloyi. Now, getting back to where we were, we are now at page 11 of your statement. If you have glanced at paragraphs 33 and 34, in those paragraphs you are addressing the question of how you dealt with Brigadier Mkwanazi's appointments that are set out at JM5 that you contend were irregular.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, where are we?
Page 11 of your statement. And in particular, paragraphs 33 and 34. And paragraph 33, you speak to what steps you took following Brigadier Mkwanazi's conduct in effecting these appointments. And at paragraph 34, you then deal with the city manager's response thereto. I'm inviting you to quickly take us through that.
I think, I went a little bit fast forward addressing that challenge on number page 11, 33, and also the 34.
Yes.
That I did write a letter of dissatisfaction to the city manager, and she responded. I think it ought to have been annexed on JM9, the response.
Okay, let's start at JM8, which is your letter you referenced at paragraph 33, and that appears at page 51 of the bigger file, the annexures file.
I've got it, Essie.
I see at page 51, it's a letter signed seemingly by you, I.J. Mapiyeye, addressed to Dr. Mashazi, city manager, and it states it's from you. It's dated the 5th of June. That's correct?
That is correct.
And the subject line for that letter is disregard and non-observance of Municipal Police Commissioner in the EMPD by Deputy Municipal Commissioner J.D. Mkwanazi.
That is correct, Essie.
Perhaps you might want to highlight what you raised in that letter to
the letter
the
reads
city manager
as follows. Subsequent the meeting which set on Monday, the 3rd of June 2024, in the office of the city manager, in attendance was the HOD Human Resource, Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner J.D. Mkwanazi, where issues of disrespect were highlighted. What is sought is to bring your attention as an accounting officer to the recent promotional positions which took place within the department of brigadier, or within the department, positions of brigadier, colonels, lieutenant colonels, superintendents, and inspectors, respectively. It is legislated under Section 64C 2B of SAPS Act 68, 1995, and a common practice that when employees are promoted in the department, as the Municipal Police Commissioner must confer the promotional ranks to the successful or promoted workforce. To my dismay and surprise, I observed on the 4th of June 2024, members of the department wearing their promotional ranks. When probing, I was informed that they were conferred by the Deputy Commissioner. I will reiterate that same was executed without my permission, no engagement by the Deputy. Your intervention will be greatly appreciated in remedying this emerging practice within a policing department, where command and control is paramount in the reporting structure.
You then, at paragraph 34, reference a document you've marked JM9 that appears at page 52 of the annexes file. And at paragraph 34, you say this is the city manager's response to the letter you've just read into the record. Is that correct?
That is correct, Essie.
And you state in your paragraph 34 that in this letter she pointed out that all my powers in terms of section 64 capital C of the SAPS Act are to be exercised subject to her directives as the chief executive officer. You see where you state that.
I could see that.
Now, with that in mind, please have regard then to JM9 at page 52, and I would like you to read items 4 and 5 of that letter.
JM9, what paragraph?
It starts at page 52. I'm directing you to paragraphs 4 and 5.
Thank you, Essie. Commissioners, this reads as follows. The heading is disregard. Okay, it was the response of Dr. Mashazi,
Yes.
who was the city manager to me. She then indicated the heading was disregard, non-observance of police municipal commissioner in the EMPD by Deputy Municipal Commissioner J.D. Mkwanasi. Your letter dated the 5th of June 2024 refers, I have considered the content and respond as follows.
Chief, I apologize. Yes, that is the opening paragraph of that letter. But specifically, I would like to confine you to paragraphs 4 and 5, or items 4 and 5 of that letter.
Okay.
In the context of what you say in your paragraph 34 of the statement.
Thank you, Essie.
Yes.
Paragraph 4, it states that I agree that Section 64C provides for the appointment of the executive head, which is your assumed position. That's my position as an executive head. However, all processes and powers provided to the executive head in terms of Section 64C, more especially subsection B, must be exercised subject to the directive of the chief executive, i.e., me as an accounting officer. All appointments in the department are also subject to council and HR policies and processes. It is also generally recognized in the city that HODs, same level as you occupied, are more involved in the department of their direct reports.
I think it's appointment.
Appointment of their direct reports, i.e., generally the divisional heads in your department, the deputy chief of police positions, divisional heads, thereby Deputy Chief of Police, then processes the further HR processes to fill in vacancies in each division. Of course, the head of the department, including you, must be consulted in all the appointments to the extent that it is never permissible to intervene when not included in the shortlisting and appointment process. Once the position is filled after the HR processes and pertinent to EMPD, the national standards to SAPS Act 1 September 2020 addresses other matters.
Thank you. Do you agree, do you hold the same view as she expresses at paragraph 4 and 5 as regards your powers as granted by section 67 capital C? Do you hold the same understanding of the meaning of section 64C as she has expressed in this letter at items 4 and 5? In other words, do you agree with what she says?
I disagree with that because these powers which I'm exercising as an executive head
Yes.
have been given by the Act.
Now, in your statement at paragraph 35, you say the city manager was deliberately misrepresenting facts with reference to that letter, and you continue to state that never in the history of the EMPD have deputy chiefs ever appointed anyone. Do you stand by that statement? Is that a correct statement that you make? She seems to have a view that you appoint deputy chiefs, and thereafter, in terms of the system or the law, deputy chiefs are responsible for the appointment of anyone else below them.
I disagree with that.
And you say never in the history of the EMPD has the system operated in that fashion.
That is correct.
I take it that the history of the EMPD, at least, is for the time you have spent at EMPD.
That is correct, SC.
And that would be a total of how many years?
25 years in EMPD, though in the profession I'm now 42 years.
Okay. Now that she holds, you complained about these appointments, she responded to you expressing the views that she has and an interpretation that she attaches to the relevant section. What became of these appointments? Did she intervene? Were they reconsidered, reversed, anything?
The employees who were even irregularly appointed, they are still seated in those positions with a lot of disputes and grievances in the department.
So effectively, you are saying the city manager, notwithstanding your objection to Brigadier Mkwana's conduct in these appointments, she did not cause for those appointments to be reviewed or reversed.
That is correct, SC. I know other cases are at arbitration. Some employees have taken this matter to arbitration and at various different levels,
Okay.
which I'm not afraid currently as I'm not around at work.
Now, this communication between yourself and the city manager takes place over 2 days, the 5th of June, 2024, that's your letter, JM 8, and then her response is dated the 6th of June, and that's JM 9. At paragraph 37, you speak about what happened shortly thereafter, shortly after this engagement. Well, relatively shortly, I guess. At 37, page 11.
Thanks, Commissioners. On page 1137, I've stated there that shortly after I was placed on leave by the city manager on the 25th September 2024.
Yes.
I deal with this particular suspension in more details and others further in this statement.
Is being placed on leave and being, or rather are being placed on leave and being suspended one and the same thing?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's a typo. I was suspended from work.
Thank you.
As we are sitting here today, do you remain suspended?
I remain.
Sorry, my mic was off. I have to repeat the question. As we are sitting here today, I think it's a year and close to 2 months later. Are you still on suspension?
That is correct, Commissioner. I'm still on suspension.
Yes, Commissioner Balu.
Chief Mapiyeye, that letter, which is the response from the city manager, is dated the 7th of June. And then in paragraph 7 thereof, she says, in considering the content of your letter, I am concerned that there may have been oversight in certain processes, as you outline, and recognizing both our roles and responsibilities as regards the municipal police services, I believe that going forward we should avoid any ambiguity on common practice by drafting a policy to specifically address the unique position at EMPD. And then she thanks you. She says, I thank you for drawing this situation to my attention, which suggests that she may this may have been oversight indeed, and kindly request that, or that she may not have been aware of all of this, and kindly request that you commence the drafting of the policy to address such matters. And that's what I'm interested in. Did you commence the process of drafting the policy? It is in June that she says this to you. And by the time you're suspended, is there such a policy in place?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think this letter, her response was dated the 7th of June, 2024. I did not commence with any policy because I've explained to her that we are guided by the SAPS Act. Issues of recruitment and discipline, how do we deal with police members? So I couldn't have crafted another policy which will run parallel with the city's policy. So I could not. And even if I could have thought of something doing consultation with other metros, time was pushing me to go home in August. Because in August, this was in June, July. In August, I then started to receive unpleasant news about myself on national TV about sexual harassment issues. So I had no time anymore to kind of think about what then needs to be happening with maybe a memorandum. Because I was now moving towards the suspension which finally took place in September. So I did not, in short.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner. Through you, Chief Mapiyeye, and just for purposes of record, when Commissioner Baloyi referred you to this particular response by the city manager, if you look at page 53, you see across her signature, by hand she's dated it the 7th of June 2024. Do you see that?
That is correct, SC.
Okay. If you go to page 52, the start of that letter, before the subject line, the typed date is the 6th of June 2024. I draw this to your attention because when I refer to this particular annexure, I use the date appearing on page 52, and Commissioner Baloyi used the date appearing handwritten at page 53. I just need you to confirm for the record that we're talking about the same document, notwithstanding the conflict in dates.
That is correct, Commissioner. That's the same document.
Thank you. We then move on, Chief, to your next chapter. And this starts at page 12 of your statement. You've headed it Criminality within EMPD. Are you there in your statement?
I'm there, SC.
You have an introductory paragraph under that heading. And thereafter, you have a subheading. Can you quickly take us through the introductory paragraph at paragraph 38?
Okay, EMPD has, through some of its senior members, here we have picked up that some of our senior members were involved in blatant criminal acts and disregard of law. I will enumerate this below under specific headings for the benefit of the Commission.
Thank you. And then you proceed to deal with matters under specific subheadings, the first being what you call the blue light saga.
That is correct.
Deal with this from paragraph 39, and you deal with it fairly extensively. So if you could, we could start at paragraph 39 and we work our way through your statement. Thank you.
Thank you. See the headlight there. It's a blue light saga. During or about February 2023, the EMPD received an inquiry from a journalist, Mr. Jeff Weeks, regarding the use of blue lights in civilian vehicles, with the seeming approval of EMPD. At the time of this inquiry, I was on leave, and the Deputy Chief of Police, Auxiliary and Support Services, that is Commissioner Revo Spies, who was appointed as the Acting Chief of Police in my absence, took charge of this inquiry and initiated investigation into the allegations with immediate effect by the time when I received it, because it was on the media. There is an attachment which is J10 and a copy of his appointment letter also in this regard. That was Commissioner Spies who was acting. And then bullet number 40, in summary, the allegations was that Brigadier Mkhwanazi had, amongst others, unlawfully authorized the installation of blue lights in the vehicles in question. The vehicles in question were said to belong to CAT VIP security. Such installation will be unlawful as the use of blue light is, in terms of the National Road Traffic Act 93 of 1996, restricted for the use by law enforcement services, that is SAPS, Metro Police officers, traffic officers, and South African National Defence Force, that is military police. So the use of blue light is only restricted to those. And upon my return from leave, Commissioner Spies made a report to me on this matter, advising that flowing from his investigation, he had referred the matter to the Internal Affairs Unit in the Compliance Division, as well as to the Independent Investigative Directorate for Investigation and Recommendation. He further advised that he had, on the 3rd of March, also opened a criminal case against Brigadier Mkhwanazi for fraud and corruption arising from these facts at the police station in Boksburg. It is my understanding that Brigadier Mkhwanazi denied having installed these lights. He, however, insisted that the EMPD maintain a formal working relationship with CAT VIP Services Company, owned by Mr. Matlala, on the basis of which certain vehicles were donated to EMPD. He submitted, in support of his claim, the following documents. These were submitted to the acting chief. An alleged memorandum of agreement concluded with Medicare 24 during 2021. A copy of his document is annexed MJ11. An alleged memorandum of agreement concluded with CAT VIP Protection during 2021. A copy of this document is annexed JM12.
Okay, and now those two documents, JM11 and JM12, appear in your big file, starting at page 55. If one has regard to page 124, it reflects as follows: agreement entered into and between the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department, and it doesn't indicate as represented by who, and Medicare Emergency Medical Services / Unabis Protection Services. Is that correct?
That is correct, Essie.
Maybe a correction. You said page 124. Your pagination is page 55.
Page 55, I apologize. That's what happens when there's recycling of documents. I do apologize. It's page 55. You confirm that's how page 55 reads.
That is correct, Essie.
Now, if we skip content of the agreement itself and go to page 60. You will see at the bottom of the body of that contract, the end of that contract or agreement, at page 60, it has got under effective date 10/2021.
That is correct, Essie.
And then there is a signature above a name, J.D. Mkhwanazi, Director, Specialized Services.
That is correct, Essie.
And I see above that in a box, a choice is made between support, not support. A choice seems to be supported.
That is correct, Essie.
Am I reading this document correctly, your JM11, therefore, that it starts off with the support of J.D. Mkhwanazi as Director, Specialized Services?
That is correct, Essie.
I see that on the same page, there was space for approval by Jim Zolo, Deputy Chief of Police Operations and Specialized Services, but that space remains unsigned.
That is correct, Essie.
And overleaf at 61, it then concludes with provision for signature by Mapiyeye, Chief of Police, EMPD. Is that you?
That is correct, Essie.
And equally so, it is unsigned.
That is correct, Essie.
Do you confirm that you did not sign this document?
That is correct. I did not sign this agreement.
Now, if we continue then and go to the next annexure, which is JM12, that starts at page 62.
Maybe before you do that, can I
yes,
just check?
Commissioner.
Chief Mapiyeye, do you know if Mr. Mzolo ever knew anything about this? Did you inquire from him?
Commissioner, this document was never brought to me. So usually the protocol is that if Brigadier Mkhwanazi signed it, he was going to take it to the Deputy Chief of Police, Mr. Mzolo, and then Mr. Mzolo was then going to come to me and explain to me. Then I sign or not support, and in fact I was not going to support because this is not a process we are supposed to be following.
It would have gone, I mean, this where he signs, Mr. Mkhwanazi, it says Director Specialized Services, so he was not yet Deputy Chief of Police at the time.
That is correct. He was not a deputy chief of police.
And was Mr. Mzolo his direct superior?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I invite us then to turn to page JM 12, which is the second memorandum of agreement you deal with at your paragraph 43.2, and that starts at page 62. Have you located it, Chief?
I've located it, SC.
This particular document is headed Memorandum of Agreement. Apologize. Memorandum of Agreement entered into and between the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department and CAT VIP Protection, and indicates under CAT VIP Protection, in parentheses, duly represented by Vusimusi Matlala. Do you see that?
I can see that here, SC.
And this agreement runs to page 65.
That is correct, SC.
And if we start at page 64 thereof, once again, at the bottom of the page, after the body of the agreement, is a space for signature by a J.D. Mkhwanazi, Director Special Services, and it is signed. Do you see that?
That is correct, SC.
This particular memorandum now has a date inserted by hand across to the right, across from the signature, and it's dated 13/10/2021.
That is correct, SC.
And similar with the previous document, there is an indication at a choice whether to support or not support that it is supported. There is a tick in the support box.
That is correct, SC. Though what I'm observing on page 64,
Yes.
where the brigadier signed, the date was the 13th of October 2021.
Yes.
And on next page, page 65, where Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala was supposed to have signed, the date was put 15 June 2022.
Yes, you're correct. I confirm that's how it reads.
So I just want to highlight that.
Yes. Then, staying with page 65, I see after the signature by the Director Specialized Services, Brigadier Mkhwanazi, it required approval because it's got two options of approve and not approve, as indicated in the boxes at the start of that page. And immediately below that is a space for signature, and under that line is Mr. Vusimusi Matlala, Chief Executive Officer, CAT VIP Protection. And to the right of that, it's dated 15 June 2022. For the record, it appears not to have been signed by the intended Mr. Matlala. Do you confirm?
That is correct, SC.
Now, this particular memorandum, as opposed to the previous one we considered JM11, does not appear to require support by Mr. Mzolo, which is Brigadier Mkhwanazi's direct superior, nor your support as the Chief of Police. I don't see provision for your support or approval. Do you confirm?
That is correct, SC.
And page 65 actually represents the last page of that memorandum of agreement.
That is correct, SC.
Although, of course, right at the end, the document appears to have envisaged some approval by whoever. No indication is given as to who the last approver would have been or should have been. Do you see the hanging approved, not approved right at the bottom?
I could see that, Commissioner.
Yeah. And would a document of this nature have taken the form of somebody like Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, the chief executive of the company, having to approve? Is that not rather odd that he would have approved?
I couldn't learn that clear, Chair.
I'm saying, look where Mr. Matlala is supposed to sign.
Yes.
There as well, he is also supposed to approve. So my question is it not odd that he would have had to also approve?
It is odd, Commissioner, because
Should he not simply have been a signatory together with whoever would have been signing within the municipality, and then some municipal official approving after the two signatories?
regardless,
Yes.
regardless, Commissioner, this is not the process which the city follows when it receives donation from any company or service provider.
All right.
This is not even the process.
All right. Thank you.
Still on this document, Chief Mapiyeye, the only signatory on behalf of the municipality or the EMPD is on this document is Mr. Mkwanazi, who at the time is still a director. If you leave aside then the idea that Mr. Matlala could approve on behalf of the municipality, did Mr. Mkwanazi as director have authority, would he have had authority to conclude this kind of transaction with an external company, but just by virtue of his position?
Commissioner, not at all, because this is also a process which is not followed by the city of Ekurhuleni when you receive donations from a service provider or an external company. This is not even the process.
What is the process? If this were a proper donation or offer of services and vehicles by Ket Matlala Security, what would have been the process?
Through you, Commissioner Baloyi, Chief Mapiyeye, it would appear that Commissioner Baloyi is way ahead of you. So perhaps, no, he can deal with it's in the statement, so I said perhaps we jump to that part so he can answer your question in full.
I don't want to mess up your flow. I would rather you lead him the way you wanted to.
I would be happy to, no challenge.
Okay.
All right. Chief Mapiyeye, if you could have regard to your paragraph 52 at page 16, starting from the second sentence of that paragraph.
Page 16.
Paragraph 52.
Paragraph 52.
The second sentence of that paragraph, starting in any event.
In any event, there is no evidence that the claimed donation complies with the municipality's grants, donations, sponsorships, and gifts policy, which prescribe that all donations or sponsorships offered to the municipality must be submitted to the city manager for approval and declared to the National Treasury.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Bala? Thank you.
I have a different question, Advocate Selo.
Yes, Commissioner.
Chief, these two documents, the two memoranda, the second one on page 131.
No, you're using the wrong numbering again, like me.
Oh, sorry, page 62.
Yes.
JM 12. It appears to envisage not just a donation of vehicles, but a skills transfer and tactical training of EMPD officials by CAT Protection Services. So if you look at the paragraph on page 63, top of the page, do you see that?
I could see that.
So it
Commissioner.
says CAT VIP will donate motor vehicles to Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department and provide their staff members with skills transfer and tactical training. Now, you having been chief of the EMPD at that time, could such an arrangement be concluded without your knowledge or approval?
It is not supposed to happen. I'm supposed to be knowing if there is any service provider who want to render such services to us. And I will have then to follow the right processes to get that service provider on board.
But you say these are the documents, Brigadier Mkwanazi, he was not brigadier at the time, but these are the documents he produced to justify the reason why CAT Protection Services was using the blue lights.
That is correct, Chair.
He said because there were these MOUs between CAT Protection Services and EMPD.
That is correct, Chair. We only managed to pick that up immediately after the media query.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Getting back then to your statement at paragraph 44, having considered these memoranda, both of them, JM 11 and JM 12, you draw certain conclusions. At page 13, paragraph 44. Please wait a moment, Chief Mapiyeye. Yes, Commissioner.
Sorry to take you back.
No, quite in order.
There's quite a bit to go through, so one has to go back and forth. In the first memorandum, it's about provision of services which include drawing blood and at roadblocks. To the extent that this discussion now is about blue lights under that heading, that's why we're having that discussion. If you go to page 60,
Yes.
there's that last bullet point, and I was checking whether we have heard anything about it. At page 60.
Page 60, correct?
The last bullet point. And perhaps you should read, because this is where the question about why there are vehicles that have blue lights is
Yes.
addressed in the memorandum. Can the witness read that into the record, perhaps?
It's absolutely important. Chief Mapiyeye, you remember we were dealing with these two sets of agreements, JM 11 and JM 12.
That is correct. See.
Commissioner Baloyi is inviting you to JM 11 again, which starts at page 55 of your big file.
I am there as
And just to orientate you, this particular memorandum is between Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department and Medicare Emergency Medical Services. You see that?
That's correct, I see.
Now, she refers you in particular to page 60, if you could go there.
Maybe before that, Chief Mapiyeye, if you could go to page 58 of that same document, and then there's paragraph 3 there which tells us what is the purpose of this document, and read that into the record first.
Thank you, Commissioner. On page 58, the purpose of this Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, is to outline the commitment of promoting and protection of the Medicare emergency services, combining that with the health care and safety of officers of Ekurhuleni Police Department when a situation arises warranting medical attention on various degree, particularly in traumatic event incidents. That's bullet number 3.
Yes. And then if you would then go to page 60, maybe start with the heading. Read what the red heading says you are agreeing to as a municipality, and then you can skip the other bullet points and then go to the last bullet point.
Commissioner, you said I must go to page
60.
60.
60. It's that signature page.
Okay, I've got it.
And then read that heading into the record.
Ekurhuleni Police Department, by signing this MOU, Ekurhuleni Police Department agrees to
And then the last bullet point.
EMPD will assist with the registration of vehicles under EMPD as official vehicles, and we will be permitted to use blue and red lights to respond for and on behalf of EMPD. The cost of this will be for the Medicare 24 Annabis Protection Services.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Ms. Ella.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm quite aware of the time that it's lunch, but just not to interrupt this flow of questions, may I perhaps ask the witness to deal with 2 other aspects, then we close the subject. Mr. Mapiyeye, please go back to page 59 of the same document.
I've got to see.
This is the heading of that page is understandings. And the opening paragraph thereof reads, by signing this MOA, Medicare 24 Emergency Services agrees to. Do you see that? And then it...
That is correct, I see.
Yes. I would like you to read items 4, 5, and 6 into the record, please.
Item 4, Medicare 24 Annabis Protection Services can assist when needed. All members are registered with SIRA and are issued firearms through our VIP protection unit that are owned by the Medicare 24 holdings.
Yes.
The number 5, the CEO's health qualifications and legal degree can assist when needed in an event of a drug bust, and I can give legal advice where needed. Number 6, Medicare 24 can assist with drawing blood in roadblocks for you, and staff will be available.
Now, having read those 4 items under the heading understandings, the 3 rather, 3, 5, 6, what Medicare 24 is undertaking to do here, does that accord with the law as the EMPD understands it? Can Medicare undertake the services listed there?
I cannot allow it under my watch because the law doesn't allow it as well.
Okay. When we dealt with Annexure JM12, we indicated who represented VIP CAT services. We overlooked doing so in respect of JM11, this particular annexure we're dealing with. Could you go back to page 55 and just read into the record who represented Medicare 24 Emergency Medical Services / Annabis Protection Services in the conclusion of this agreement? It's set out in the parentheses below the name of the entity.
On page 55, Medicare 24, that is Emergency Medical Service, Annabis Protection Services, duly represented by Mike van Wyk.
Thank you. Thank you for the indulgence, Chair. I shall not detain the commissioners any further.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2:05.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Chief Mapiyeye, when we broke for lunch, we had dealt with your paragraph 43 at page 13. Can I ask you to turn to the page? Having dealt with the two annexures, the two memoranda, annexures JM 11 and JM 12, you draw certain conclusions at paragraph 44 at page 13. Could you share those with the Commission?
Thanks, SC.
Yes, sir.
With that page 13, and on the other file, what page is that again?
Page 13 of the small file, your statement.
Got. I've got page 13.
And I'm inviting you to share with the Commission the conclusions you draw at paragraph 14, at paragraph 44, at page 13, at the bottom of the page. Are you there?
I am there.
Please share the contents of your paragraph 44 with the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. On page 13, I will start at number 42.
No, at paragraph 44, sorry.
Paragraph
apologies.
44.
Yes. You recall paragraph 43, that's where we deal with the two memoranda of understanding, of agreement.
That is correct.
We dealt with JM 11 and JM 12 before the lunch break.
That's correct.
So I say from paragraph 44, you draw conclusions about those two documents.
Yes.
And those conclusions I would like you to share with the Commission.
I submit that these documents are fraudulent. I say so for the following reasons. Both annexures are signed by Brigadier Mkhwanazi alone of the documents we have been going through earlier before lunch.
Yes.
Both make provisions for my signature as the Chief of Police, and neither was approved by me.
I think we need to make a correction at 44.1. Only JM 11 makes provision for your signature, and not both.
That's correct, SC.
Okay, we shall effect that change. You may continue.
44.2, during 2020, the City of Ekurhuleni had issued a public tender for the appointment of security providers for the provision of security services for all the City of Ekurhuleni facilities and other associated security services. On the 12th of August 2020, 10 service providers were awarded contracts to provide these services at various City of Ekurhuleni facilities. I annexed here to a list of 10 service providers marked JM13. I also attached marked collective annexures, JM14, 1 to 10. The respective appointment letters of these service providers, as is apparent from this list, CAT VIP service was not a service provider to the city at the date of the purported signature of memoranda of agreement by Brigadier Mkhwanazi.
Thank you. Can I refer you quickly to Annexure JM 13 that appears at page 66 of the bigger file? That you say at paragraph 44.2 is a list of the 10 service providers for security services that were awarded contracts following a public tender on the 12th of August 2020.
That is correct, SC.
And you
said-
state that on that list, CAT VIP services is not listed as one of the service providers.
That is correct, SC.
If you could then go further from page 67 of that bigger bundle, that's annexure GM14. And at GM14, you have included the appointment letters for each of the service providers listed at JM13.
That is correct, SC.
And do you confirm that a review of those award letters does not produce an award letter in respect of CAT VIP services?
That is correct, SC.
Okay, now getting back to your statement at 45. It's still at page 14.
Notwithstanding the above, Brigadier Mkhwanazi submitted to me a report in which he claims that CAT VIP Security Services is one of our security companies contracted to the municipality. I attached this report marked JM15.
And may I refer you then to JM15 at page 88 of the bigger file, the annexures file?
I've got it, J8, I got page 88.
Under tab JM15.
That is JM15, yes, correct.
Okay.
Pa-
You say that this is a report submitted to you by Brigadier Mkhwanazi in respect of these memoranda of agreement and engagements with CAT VIP services, correct?
That is correct, SC.
And you confirm that at the top of that document at page 88, it does indicate it's to Chief of Police Mapiyeye, and it's from Director J.D. Mkhwanazi.
I could see that, I confirm that.
And if you go, just rush forward to page 90, that report is signed at the bottom of page 90 by J.D. Mkhwanazi, Brigadier Specialized Services, EMPD.
That is correct, SC.
Could you read the subject line of that document into the record appearing at page 88?
From page 88, SC.
Please read the subject line.
Subject, working relationship with a CAT security service stroke other security companies.
Okay, now if I could refer you further onto the page under the heading background. Please read into the record the first 3 lines or the first 2 sentences.
Background, I would like to confirm that we have a working relationship with CAT Security Services and its subsidiaries, Medicare 24 Emergency Medical Services. This relationship started in 2020 during COVID-19.
Please continue.
The aforementioned entities were enlisted to assist our officers with free testing, treating uniformed personnel which tested positive, including their close family members at their Boksburg-based clinic.
Now, to your knowledge, during the COVID-19 pandemic, did any of the members of the EMPD receive free testing and other related COVID-related services from any service provider?
Not to my knowledge, SC.
How were the services treated by the city at the time?
I remember there was one service provider, I just forgotten the name, but it was not this Medicross 24.
Yes.
There was an MOU which they facilitated through the office of the city manager.
Yes.
They were then assisting some of our officers with the treatment of the COVID-19.
did the city pay for those services or were they rendered free of charge?
Chair, I don't have the details of,
Okay.
because it was never signed by me, but it was concluded from the office of the city manager.
Okay. Can I invite you then to page 15 at paragraph 47 of your statement?
Page 15, paragraph 47.
Yes, please.
Sorry, Advocate Silo, what is the date of this document on page 88, JM 15?
As appears on the record, it's not dated. However, if I take the commissioner back to paragraph 44, we know that from the witness that this was submitted by Brigadier Mkwanazi in respect of the MOUs that are discussed above and the service providers that the witness says were appointed in 2020 to provide services. He states, notwithstanding all that he has said, this is what Brigadier Mkwanazi submitted in response.
Maybe I should ask, Chief,
Absolutely.
I'm assuming that this document came about as a result of the 2023 investigation, because until 2023, there was no issue with CAT protection services and the blue lights.
That is correct, Commissioner.
So although it's not dated, it was a response to your inquiries or the acting chief at the time, his inquiries about the relationship between EMPD and CAT protection services.
That is correct, Commissioner. That is perfect.
Thank you, Commissioner. I had then invited you to page 15 of your statement, Chief Mapiyeye, at paragraph 47. If you could read that.
Page 15, paragraph 47.
Yes.
In this report, Brigadier Mkwanazi confirmed that the memorandum of understanding was not approved by me.
In this regard, then, may I refer you back to JM 15, the document that we're looking at, the report filed by Brigadier Mkwanazi, and in particular at page 89. And almost at the top of that page, there is a heading submissions. Could you please read that paragraph quickly into the record?
Page 89 on submissions.
Yes.
After this presentation, we took a decision to formalize the relationship through a proposed memorandum of understanding, drafted and sent to the Chief's Office for approval. The said memorandum was also sent to me for signature. I forwarded same to the Chief's Office through his PA. The said memorandum hasn't been signed or approved. What is published in the media is an operational plan as per operational duties of an event or operation signed and co-signed by all the colleagues whose signature appears at the bottom.
Thank you. That paragraph you just read states, this is in the words of Brigadier Mkwanazi, I forwarded same to the Chief's Office through his PA. The Chief's Office, is that your office or what office is that?
That is my office, SC.
Staying still then at page 89, midway the page, there is another heading, projects undertaken with CAT. The first, it says, cartels examination at the college. Do you know what cartels examination is?
I think he wanted to say cadets examination at the college.
Cadets.
Those are our new students. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, there are 3 projects listed under that heading. Please have regard to the third one, headed crime combating operations. Do you see that at the bottom of the page?
That is correct, SC.
Could you please read into the record the first two sentences of that paragraph? The second sentence is pretty long, but if you could quickly read that.
Of the last paragraph you said, SC.
Of item 3, crime combating operations, the third project at page 89 at the bottom of the page.
Okay. We are also involved in crime combating operations with CAT Security Services, together with other security services that are committed in crime fighting around city. CAT Security is assisting EMPD by providing additional technology of monitoring the action and movement of criminals, tracking suspects, and other resources we use when engaging, chasing, and arresting these highly trained and skilled repeat offenders that are not afraid to fight back with police when cornered.
Now, having regard to what you've just read and the activities listed therein, I would like to invite your opinion on the legality of the activities that this document suggests CAT VIP is undertaking with EMPD.
These are illegal activities, SC, in the sense that they do not have powers in effecting certain activities which are mentioned on top there,
And
including...
Go ahead, my apologies. Please continue. I apologize.
They do not have legislative powers to do some of the activities which are mentioned above.
Such as?
Such as
He speaks of...
the movement of criminals, tracking suspects,
Yes.
and other resources we use when engaging, chasing, and arresting of these highly trained, skills, and repeat offenders
And-
that are not afraid to fight back with police when cornered.
And those are the activities that you suggest that would be illegal if pursued.
That is correct.
Now, to conclude on this document, please, at page 90, have regard to the last paragraph before the signature.
Sorry, before
Yes, Chair.
the chief goes on, can you please relate your answer to what you say in paragraphs 13 and 14 of your statement at page 5? In those paragraphs, you set out the powers of the EMPD.
On
Now
page
you
13 and 14.
5 of your statement, the small file, page 5, paragraphs 13 and 14. There you set out the powers of the EMPD. Now I want you to relate what you've just said at page 90 about the powers that the EMPD does not have. You see, what you say in paragraph, let me just go back. Yeah, under paragraph 3, starting at page 89 of the big file, certain activities are stated there. Certain activities in respect of which, according to Brigadier Mkwanazi, the EMPD is assisted by, is it Cat Matala, VIP Protection Services. Now you say those activities that Brigadier Mkwanazi says are performed by the EMPD with the assistance of CAT Security Services do not fall within the powers of the EMPD. So I'm saying, for purposes of clarity, can you please relate your answer to what you say in paragraphs 13 and 14 of the smaller file as to what the powers of the EMPD are? Do you follow me?
I'm following.
Yes. Yeah. Can you please do that?
Some of these cases on the main bundle, page 90, they are talking about tracking suspects, movement of criminals, other resources we use when engaging and chasing, arresting of these highly trained, skilled, and repeated offenders that are not afraid to fight back with police when cornered. These are security members Brigadier Mkhwanazi is talking with. These security members, they've got no powers, including our Metro police officers, where there are cases, in most of these cases, if there is a wanted criminal, already there is a case number. So that is when they start now to resume the investigative leg of law enforcement. So our members, they don't have that power to do that. Coupled with these security companies, especially coupled with this security company, which he's talking about here, we had no engagement with it at all. It was also not part of the companies which I have mentioned earlier, which were appointed by the city, the 10 companies. They were not even part of.
I wanted your focus to be on the EMPD and not so much on CAT Security Services, because according to what you say at the foot of page 89, CAT Security Services was assisting whom? Assisting EMPD. That's what you say, the first two words at page 90. So CAT Security Services assisting EMPD. So my focus is on the powers of the EMPD, not the powers of CAT Security Services. But perhaps let's leave it there.
Or perhaps I may give a shot at it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
We are reading this report that Brigadier Mkhwanazi filed with you.
That's correct, I see.
In support of this memoranda of agreement. Now, the Chair refers you to page 89, the bottom of page 89, under that project, crime combating operations. You see that?
I could see that, I see.
And at the last sentence of that, which is the start of the second sentence, CAT security is, if you turn over leaf, assisting EMPD. Are you following?
I'm following, I see.
And then that proceeds to list the activities of the EMPD and suggests that in carrying out those activities, EMPD is assisted by CAT VIP. You follow that?
I follow, I see.
Now the Chair invites you back to your statement. If you could go to your statement then at page 5.
I am at page 5.
And at paragraphs 13 and 14, which is where you deal with the powers of the EMPD.
That is correct, I see.
Now, the question, as I understand from the Chair, is considering the activities listed in page 90, do they accord with the powers as you have explained them in your statement at paragraphs 13 and 14 at page 5?
Partly, I responded on that, Commissioner, in the sense that most of the cases which I'm looking at page 90, some of these cases will have already a case number. I don't have the details of all the cases. But for the fact that Metro Police don't have investigative powers, it's only SAPS who has those powers. So they were acting outside their mandate.
So if apologies. So then if I understand, let me check my understanding. You are suggesting what is listed at page 90 of JM 15, where it said EMPD tracks suspects, speaks of tracking suspects, right? At page 90. And then it says that it engages in chasing and arresting highly trained, skilled, and repeat offenders. Is EMPD empowered to do that? Just generally, those two activities that I've highlighted that are listed at page 90.
Certain yes, when we are accompanied by SAPS.
Okay, I'll put it
Because-
differently. EMPD on its own, can it undertake those activities? Regard being head to what you say at paragraphs 13 and 14, where you set out the powers, the limited powers.
They've got no authority in this sense. When I read here on page 90,
Yes.
we even talk about repeat offenders. You cannot be a repeat offender not even have been arrested before. So you will obviously have been having a criminal case.
Okay.
So they are assuming the work of police to do investigation.
Okay, understood. Hope that helps a bit. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Chief, on that report from Mr. Mkwanazi at page 89, where Mr. Mkwanazi lists maybe let me start off with where the heading submissions at page 89 in that big bundle. Right at the end, the last sentence, it starts line 3 from the bottom. He says the said memorandum hasn't been signed or approved. Maybe in fact, let me read the whole paragraph so it makes sense. It reads, after this presentation, we took a decision to formalize the relationship through a proposed memorandum of understanding, drafted and sent to the Chief's office for approval. The said memorandum was also sent to me for signature. I forwarded same to the Chief's office through his PA. The said memorandum hasn't been signed or approved. What is published in the media is an operational plan as per operational duties of an event or operation signed and co-signed by all colleagues whose signatures appear at the bottom. That signatures appear at the bottom. I thought it was bottom of this report, but this report has got only one signature. Is there a missing page? Is he referring to signatures that were part of his report to you?
Thanks, Commissioner. When he talks about the operational plan, where he speak about certain signatures which are appearing on that operational plan, I think is in one of our attachments,
I see.
that operational plan.
And so the signatures would be there on the operational plan, not on his report to you.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the second heading, projects undertaken with CAT. The first one, you've corrected it, cadets examination at the college. And then towards the end, it tells us, we requested in the 1, 2, 3, in the third line, after papers and ink, comma, he says, we requested their intervention and the commitment that Mike van Wyk made and fulfilled in terms of printing and producing documents that made cadets to write their exams with our EMPD at the cost of more than 300,000 at that time as per their estimation. Did you ever investigate or find out whether indeed such a service was provided by CAT, by this whichever, I can't distinguish Medicare and CAT, whichever of these two companies?
Commissioner, on his own statement, when it was requested by the acting chief of police, Mr. Spies, he committed himself that they offered him 300,000, I think, for stationery for the cadets at the college. I have never seen those,
Okay.
but he committed that on his own statement.
And lastly, item 2, 2022/3, State of the City Address. He says, we also work very closely with CAT Security on our first State of the City Address by the current administration. Now, you have told us and you have provided us with a list of service providers who were appointed in 2020, and that you find at page 66, JM 13, and as you testified, it doesn't include any of the two companies, CAT Security at least, that he refers to there. Have you been able to verify whether they were indeed on duty supporting the Metro at that State of the City Address? It's really a factual question, were they there or not? Have you been able to establish that?
Through you, Chair. Commissioner Baloyi, may I point out that Chief Mapiyeye deals with that particular aspect, the State of City Address, from paragraph 57 in the statement, which would be a page
I'm happy
overlay.
to leave it.
So we can pack it, and then when
I'm happy.
he deals with that aspect, it will address most of, if not all, the questions that you have raised.
I'm happy to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Do you confirm, Chief Mapiyeye, that further on in your statement, you do deal extensively with the 2022-23 State of the City Address?
That is correct, Essie.
I have requested the Commissioner that perhaps we stand down those questions until you get to that part of your statement, and then we will check that we have answered the questions.
Thank you.
Now, just then to close up on this document, this memorandum, it's a report filed by Brigadier Mkwanazi. I'm at page 90 of the big file, JM 15. The signature page, are you there?
I've got it, Essie.
And I invite you to please read into the record the last paragraph.
I hope
that
and
document.
believe the Chief will understand and initiate an initiative we are taking as his subordinates in advice and advancing private partnership towards fighting crime and protecting the cities, whilst also skilling our own, as mentioned in this report.
Thank you, Chief. I see in this paragraph, Mr. Matala suggests, Brigadier Mkwanazi suggests that the engagement with CAT VIP services was an initiative undertaken by your subordinates. Do you have that understanding as well from that paragraph?
That is what I'm reading here.
And he calls upon you to appreciate the initiative of your subordinates.
I noted that, Essie.
Do you appreciate this initiative?
I don't appreciate that, Essie, because we as Metropolis, we have got a standardized training which the standards are prescribed by the National Police Commissioner.
Yes.
How police need to be trained in all aspects of their law enforcement fraternity, including the Metropolis. So we are duty bound to align ourselves with the directive of the National Police Commissioner in the country.
Thank you.
Before you leave this document, just one comment or question from me, Chief. It bothers me that EMPD, together with a security company you know nothing of was undertaking serious projects without that company being appointed properly, and two, without the knowledge of the chief of police. And some of the activities are of a policing nature. Does it not bother you?
It bothered me when I learned of this incident, Commissioner, that this State of the City address was happening, I think, either on a Wednesday, then the following day, council still need to sit to debate the State of the City's address. So it usually takes 2 days. What Brigadier Mkhwanazi spoke about, it's the deployment on the first day. It came to my attention a bit late at night through someone who informed me, because when I saw some of these members at the chamber, council chamber, wearing suits, some having firearms, I was under the impression that they came with other delegates or mayor of Joburg or Tshwane to the city of Ekurhuleni. Only later on I realized, when I've asked the deputy chief in charge, who verbally told me that these were SAPS members. But
Chief, I apologize for interrupting you. May I perhaps request you to park that as the aspect you are addressing now? Because if you go to paragraph 57 at page 17 of your statement, please go there. You deal with what you are addressing now in a chronological fashion. And I would suggest that perhaps you wait until we get there. What I had understood Commissioner Khumalo to be asking you is whether the activities that are listed at page 90 that we looked at in Brigadier Mkhwanazi's report, such as tracking suspects, chasing and arresting repeat offenders. I think I understood his question to be the fact that they happened without the knowledge of the chief of police, when by their nature, very nature, appear to be policing functions, whether that does not concern you.
I agree, Commissioner, it is really worrisome. To me, also, the safety of our community.
Thank you, Chief. Can I then invite you to your page 15 and paragraph 48 thereof? And in regard to these very activities that Commissioner Khumalo asked you about, the small file, your statement, page 15.
Okay. Yes, I'm
at paragraph
15.
48. If you go to the end of that paragraph 48, if you could count 4 lines up.
I've got that, SC.
Okay. If you could just read that, the remainder of that paragraph, starting with "I submit that."
I submit that the activities as described by Brigadier Mkhwanazi are highly irregular and in some instances patently unlawful. As I indicated above, the functions and powers of members of EMPD are highly limited and could never include the activities described in this report.
Thank you. Is that why then you say it concerns you that Brigadier Mkhwanazi says the EMPD is undertaking these kind of activities in response to Commissioner Khumalo's question?
That is correct, SC.
Thank you, Chief. Then we just quickly, we turn to your paragraph 49 at page 15 still. You make the point at paragraph 59 that there are certain MOUs concluded by both the EMPD and the city. Do you see that?
That is correct, SC.
And in this regard, you refer the commission to Annexure JM 16.
That is correct, SC.
Could you please turn to Annexure JM 16 at page 91 of the big bundle?
I've got it, SC.
And this, according to your paragraph 49, is a list of 5 MOUs and 1 memorandum of agreement concluded by the EMPD, right?
That is correct.
And that this document, you state, is issued by the EMPD Research and Policy Development Unit.
That is correct, SC.
So these are the 5 memoranda of understanding and SLAs.
That is correct,
I
SC.
see on this list that none of them include CAT VIP services. Do you confirm?
None of those MOUs include CAT VIP security services.
And no, does it include Medicare 24 or any other derivative of that name?
None, SC.
Do you attach this document in support of the contention that, and the MOUs as attached, JM 11 and 12, are fraudulent?
That is correct, SC.
You then, at page 16, from paragraph 50, you state that Brigadier Mkhwanazi did not have the requisite authority to conclude any memoranda on behalf of the city.
That is correct, SC.
Where would that authority derive from? Who's got the authority?
The person who has got authority to conclude memorandums of understanding is the accounting officer with the city manager.
And your contention that Brigadier Mkhwanazi did not have the requisite authority is because he's neither of those functionaries.
That is correct, he did not have.
Do you know whether or not he could have had the powers delegated to him by the chief executive officer and or the CFO? Would you know?
I will know because I'm the head of the department. It needs to start with me. They need to brief me.
Yes.
If they want to cascade the responsibility of the city manager to my junior. So I should have known about it.
And you maintain you did not know, and therefore that's the basis for concluding that he did not have the authority.
That is correct, SC.
Continuing then to paragraph 51, you invite our attention to your document you have annexed as JM 17. Do you see it, paragraph 51?
I could see that, SC.
In the big file, if you turn to page 92, that is where you locate your annexure JM 17.
I've got page 92.
It's a 2-page document. It appears to be a letter. It's dated the 15th of June 2022, and it's unsigned. It just concludes, kind regards, Mr. Vusimus Matlala, CEO, at page 93. You see that?
I could see that, SC.
Now, at paragraph 51, you summarize the content of that document. Could you briefly tell us what that document is and what it purports to communicate?
On page 16, bullet number 51, there is on record a letter dated 15 June 2022 from CAT VIP Protection titled Letter of Intention to Commit. In this letter, the CEO of CAT VIP Protection, Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, claims that the company has signed a memorandum of agreement with Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department, which is EMPD, which aims to enhance the EMPD's efforts in crime prevention and community safety, and to assist in VIP protection training, tactical training, and skill development. The letter goes further to claim that the company, in order to achieve this objective, intends to donate 4 vehicles and to lend EMPD a helicopter to fly for a maximum of 2 hours per month, which will aid EMPD to gain an aerial view of the city during their operations. I attach Mark JM17, a copy of this letter. That is the letter.
As a matter of interest and based on your own policing experience, what value would you attach to access to a helicopter where you could fly it only for a maximum of 2 hours a month? How valuable would that be?
Commissioners, those needed resources in the police fraternity, because you can curb crime in a very short space of time. But as I've indicated, that we cannot just accept donations without following the right processes.
Continuing then with your statement, when you look at paragraph 52, you recall we dealt with the contents of that paragraph in response to a question from Commissioner Baloyi regarding policy and prescripts governing donations within the municipality. You recall that?
That is correct.
So we may then proceed to paragraph 53. And if you could just read the short paragraph 53 into the record.
Paragraph 53, during 2023, I deposed an affidavit for the IPID investigation in which I made clear that the memorandum in respect of the 7 vehicles is a fraudulent document. I attached thereto a copy of this affidavit marked JM18.
And I invite you to then go to the big file to page 94. That is your JM18.
I've got it, SC.
And it runs up to page 100. And it's signed by you under oath.
That is correct, SC.
This document, Annexure JM18, is undated, is that correct? It doesn't have a date, does it?
I did not see a date when I went through it.
Yes. But you say at your paragraph 53 that you deposed to that affidavit for purposes of the IPID investigation into this, what you call blue light saga.
That is correct, SC.
So much as it doesn't have a date, if you know when it is, IPID started investigating and concluded, that's the time in which you would have deposed to this affidavit.
That will be the proper logic, SC.
Thank you. You deal with a few aspects in that affidavit, but am I correct to say the gist of it was to deny the validity of the agreement or memoranda of understanding purporting to donate any vehicles or some such to the EMPD by Kent VIP?
That is correct, SC. I disown those memorandums which were signed by Brigadier Mkhwanazi.
And then if we could read that together with your paragraph 55, and at paragraph 55 you reference annexure JM 19. And JM 19 starts at big file, page 101. The document at page 101 you describe as an IPID report. Are you there? 191.
On the big bundle, is it 191
No, sorry,
or
101.
101?
The day is, I do apologize, 101. That's your annexure JM 19.
I've got it.
Could you state for the record what that document is?
The one which is on page 101 on the thick bundle.
Yes.
It's a report from IPID
Yes.
after they dealt with their investigation into this blue light saga. And I will believe that at the right end, there are findings from IPID.
Before we get to the findings, that document at page 103 has got signatures and it's dated. Could you read into the records the signatures and the dates?
On page 103, right at the bottom, it has been signed by senior investigator from IPID, that is Mr. Kulu, on the 1st of September 2023.
Yes.
And then the acting national head investigator, Mr. Kifela Kai, has signed it also on the 1st of September 2023.
Now, at page 103 still, before the signatures in bold, is a heading IPID recommendation.
That's correct, SC.
Can you read the recommendation into the record?
Based on the above information contained in the case docket, the IPID recommends that disciplinary steps be taken against Director Julius Dr. Mkhwanazi, parcel number, for the contravention of MP Disciplinary Procedure Collective Agreement, Standard of Conduct 1, in bracket 1.2.5, conduct themselves with honesty and integrity. However, docket is referred to DPP for decision.
Now, that is the IPID's recommendation on this blue light saga.
That is correct, SC.
Were any disciplinary steps taken against Brigadier Mkhwanazi and concluded as recommended by IPID?
No disciplinary steps were taken. What I know is the process to start the disciplinary proceedings started through my department, the internal affairs, who did the initial investigation during the time of the acting chief of police, Revospis. They've done the initial investigation. At the same time, IPID took this docket and then they did their own investigation. Then they came with recommendations that disciplinary steps must be taken.
Now, if you turn to page 17 of your statement, and in particular paragraph 56.
Page 17 I've got.
Paragraph 56, you summarize what became of that IPID recommendation.
Okay. In the concluding paragraph of this report, IPID recorded that it awaited the EMPD's report relating to when disciplinary action was instituted and the outcome thereof to enable IP to comply with the provisions of Section 30 of the IPID Act. Unfortunately, such a report was never filed by the EMPD due to the interference by the city manager, Dr. Mashazi, the HOD, HR, Ms. Kashega, and HOD, Legal and Corporate, Advocate Bihari.
Now, you deal further in your statement with disciplinary steps taken again, attempts to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi. You deal with that from your paragraph 96 at page 26, correct? So we will discuss in detail the steps taken.
Okay.
But for the moment, you are indicating that the report that you had to have filed with IPID after taking disciplinary steps against Brigadier Mkhwanazi was never filed because due to the interference by the three persons you list there.
That is correct.
And just for...
Advocate Silo, do
Yes.
you mind, I think maybe when you are done with this question, if the witness chief reads the second paragraph on page 103, I think that's the finding of IPID. He read the
The second,
recommendation.
indeed, I wouldn't mind at all. At this juncture, he can do so. You may invite him to.
Chief, are you on page 103?
That's correct, Commissioner.
The second paragraph, based on the evidence, that's the finding of IPID. So can you read that into the record, please?
Based on the evidence collected, and state has a strong case against the suspect as he acted unlawfully with full intent of corruption as CAT VIP unduly benefited as license fees of their vehicles were paid for by the city of Ekurhuleni. The suspect misrepresented himself and the EMPD, he presented a non-existent memorandum of understanding which was the basis of all fraudulent activities that took place.
And the suspect in this case is who?
That is Brigadier Mkhwanazi, Julius Mkhwanazi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And then just to conclude, the concluding paragraph, you say, that you reference at your, of the IPID report, that you reference at your paragraph 56, is the conclusion that appears. You have lifted it directly out of page 103 of the IPID report. The requirement to file a report to enable IPID in turn to comply with the provisions of Section 30 of the IPID Act.
That is correct, SC.
Thank you. Having dealt with...
Are you moving to a new topic, Mr.? Are you
Yes.
moving to the next topic?
I am.
All right, maybe let me ask the question then. Chief, in that recommendation of the IPID, they say that, however, a docket is referred to DPP for decision in that last line. Do you know what has come of that?
Commissioner, we were so frustrated with this case that for the longest time we were told that it is with DPP. And I tried on several occasions to even approach the office of the DPP so that I can, because IPID is the one who refers these documents to DPP. So they go and get stuck there. I tried on numerous occasions to try to access that office of the DPP, but I could not really get joy because the DPP himself continuously telling me that he is busy with this other case, this other famous case. So I never managed to get any feedback from DPP.
So as matters stand, you don't know that whether DPP has declined to prosecute or they intend to enroll the matter for prosecution. You don't know.
I do not know.
Okay. And then in paragraph 42 of your statement at page 13, where you get this report from Commissioner Spies, and then you say in the last sentence, he advised that on the 3rd of March 2023, he opened a criminal case for fraud and corruption. What has come of that case? What police station? Did you get a case number? And do you know what has happened with that matter?
This is the same case which was finally, it was opened in Boksburg SAPS by acting chief Spies. That is the same case which was referred to IPID. I could find the case number in this docket, but it is the same case which was referred to IPID, and IPID referred it to the DPP.
All right. So where IPID in their report says they've referred the docket to the DPP, the docket is this case?
That is correct,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
If I could just check, with you, Chief, you indicated in your statement that at paragraph 42, the paragraph I think the Commissioner referred you to, that Commissioner Spies, who at the time handled this blue light complaint, in reporting back to you, informed you that he personally had opened a criminal case against Brigadier Mkwanazi for fraud and corruption arising from these very facts at the Boksburg police station. You recall that?
That is correct, I see.
I think the question that Commissioner Baloyi is asking you is, do you know what has become of that particular case that was opened directly by, is it Commissioner Spies at the Boksburg police station? You either know or you don't know.
That same case which was opened by Commissioner Spies, once you open a case at a police station, it is immediately, because it involves police, it is immediately taken by IPID for further investigation. Thereafter, they send also for the DPP to get a recommendation, positive or negative recommendation, either to prosecute criminally or not. So that same case was referred to IPID. IPID referred it to the DPP.
Okay. If you have disposed of that issue, we are now at page 17 of your statement, and I indicated Commissioner Baloyi that I'm moving to a different topic. And that topic might thank you, Commissioner. I'll start again, Chief. I said, now that you have responded fully to Commissioner Baloyi's questions, I had said that that concludes our discussion regarding the blue light saga. And I was moving on to a new topic. And that your new topic starts at paragraph 17, at page 17. And it's headed Brigadier Mkwanazi's conduct within EMPD. Do you see that in the middle of the page?
Or in the middle of page
17.
17, bullet 54, right in the middle of the page.
No, that heading, Brigadier Mkwanazi's conduct within EMPD, after paragraph 56.
After paragraph 56. Okay, I've got it.
You've located it now. So I'm saying that's what we are dealing with now.
Okay.
And just by way of summary, even if you flip through, you deal with three distinct cases of what you term Brigadier Mkwanazi's conduct. The first is in paragraphs 57 to 59. The second is a different case at paragraph 60 to 63. And the last one from paragraph 64, the third, from paragraph 64 to paragraph 70 at page 20. Do you see that?
I could see that, I see.
So we are going to deal with each case in turn. Now, starting with the first, at paragraph 56, you recall that when we were dealing with the report filed by Brigadier Mkwanazi, there was a project called 2022/3 State of the City Address that Commissioner Baloyi wanted to have more information on. Do you recall that?
I recall that.
Now I say you deal with that particular issue at your paragraphs 57 to 59. So if you could turn to that and deal with the contents of those paragraphs.
Thank you, Commissioner. Page 57, since 2021, it will appear that Brigadier Mkwanazi had a resolve to operate independent of the EMPD structure, an authority and for all intents and purposes without any accountability. I had previously, on the 31st of March 2022, raised a query with the then Deputy Chief of Police Operation, Mr. Goodman Mzolo, regarding unauthorized deployment of private security service for the State of the City's address held on the 30th of March 2022. I attached marked JM20 a copy of the memorandum of Commissioner Mzolo in this regard.
Can I refer you then to that annexure JM20, which appears at page 104 of the big file?
I've got page 104.
At 104, that JM20, this is a document or a letter from you, it says from IJ Mapiyeye, addressed to G. Mzolo, Deputy Chief of Police Operations. Do you see?
That is correct.
And it's dated the 31st of March 2022 with a subject line, additional security provided, requested by EMPD Specialized Services at COCA, SOCA, State of the City, address 30 March 2022. And I note at the bottom of the page that it is electronically signed on the 31st of March 22. You confirm?
That's correct, Essie.
Now you address this letter to Deputy Chief of Police Operations, Mr. Mzolo, who you said is Brigadier Mkwanazi directly reports to. Is that correct?
That's correct, Essie.
Now, please tell us what issues you raised with the Deputy Chief of Police regarding the deployments on the during the State of the City address on the 30th of March 2022.
On this letter, Commissioners, I put a background there that during the State of the City's address held on Wednesday, the 30th of March 2022, additional security members were deployed by specialized services, that is not EMPD officers, kindly provide my office with a report explaining the following regarding the additional security provided. Number one, who gave the instruction for the additional securities? Number two, what is the name of the company that provided the security services? Number three, provide a list of all the security officers from this private institution that was deployed at that council event. Number four, provide the registration plate of the private security vehicles that were utilized at this event. Last one, please provide details if the additional security support was included in the SASRIA committee event application operational plan for approval. So that is what I've sent to the Deputy Chief of Police, Goodman.
And with a concluding remark that the due date for the report was Monday, the 4th of April, 2022, at the close of business.
That is correct, SC.
Now, without necessarily going back to your statement at paragraph 58, page 18, you point out that Commissioner Mzolo did respond to your letter. And in this regard, you attach another at SJM 21 from page 105 as Commissioner Mzolo's response to the letter you just read into the record.
On page 105.
105.
105.
That's an email.
That's an email.
Before we consider its contents, I see it is directed mainly to Deputy Director du Plessis, although you are copied in this email. For the record, who is Deputy Director du Plessis?
Deputy Director du Plessis, he is my staff officer who is running the activities of my office.
And if you go back to page 104, your letter, below your name where you indicate who that letter is from, it reflects that inquiries should be directed to I. du Plessis, Staff Officer, Colonel.
That is correct.
Is that the du Plessis that is referenced at JM 21, page 105?
That is correct, I see.
Okay. Now we can deal with the content of that letter or that email.
The email on page 105 was from Mr. Mzolo responding to Ivan du Plessis, the staff officer. He indicated there that Deputy Director du Plessis, please note that I was not aware of the deployment of private security companies till I was asked by the Chief of Police. I thereafter spoke with Director Mkhwanazi, who confirmed the presence of the private security company at the SOCA, that is the State of the City's address. I spoke to Director Mkhwanazi to respond to the attached memo from the Chief of Police before close of business hour on the 4th of April 2022.
Yes. So Commissioner Mzolo said he does not know anything about deployment of these services.
That is correct, SC.
And he indicates that he requested that Brigadier Mkhwanazi respond directly to you.
That is
in
correct.
regard to those issues that you had raised.
That is
you
correct.
say at your paragraph 59 that in fact he did respond on the 4th of
59.
April by email, and you attach there an email marked JM22 as Brigadier Mkhwanazi's response.
That is correct,
You
SC.
see that? Can we then turn to JM22, which starts at page 109?
starts at page
109, JM 22.
109.
Yes. Now, JM 22 reflects actually 3 separate emails, but as email threads go, we read from the last email, up. So the first email would have come from Brigadier Mkwanazi, dated the 4th of April 2022 at 16:56, appearing about halfway the page at 109. Do you see that?
I could see that, Essie.
Above that is another email of the 11th of April, that's a later email, and above that, yet another of the 2nd of February 2023. So we're going to start reading from the bottom email, which is the first email from Julius Mkwanazi. That's Brigadier Mkwanazi, correct?
Okay, see, and that is on page 109.
109. Do you see?
The email from Julius, which was on the 4th of April 2022,
Yes.
addressed to me.
Yes.
Feedback report of security questions of soccer.
Yes.
Good evening. Kindly receive the response to the questions of additional security that assisted at State of the City's address held on Wednesday, the 30th March 2022. We requested CAT VIP Protection Unit to assist our team of VIP with 8 specialized VIP members. After receiving information on the 29th afternoon of collapsing state of the city, targeting some of our principals within the city like the executive mayor, the speaker of council, the chief whip, and other seniors, city officials, and the guests of the city, I, Dr. Mkwanazi, called an agent security meeting of specialized services on the 29th to respond the developing threats against soccer and our principals. After identifying that the threats were not only on inner parameters, but included outer parameters, we requested CAT VIP Protection to assist us with a team of well-trained protectors who are former members of SADF Task Force SAPS Tactical Unit to give backup to our VIP escort. Deployment at outer parameters, high buildings, working with SWAT unit under our command as specialized services, whilst DEU, that's the drug unit, and the CLU will continue to gather and give us information. All other uniformed personnel will continue to secure internally and externally parameters.
Now, overleaf it then details what services were provided by CAT VIP Protection. We will deal with the remainder of that email shortly, but before we do so, in the second and third paragraph of the email, Brigadier Mkwanazi speaks in the plural and states, we requested CAT VIP Protection at paragraph 2, you see that? And then at paragraph 3, we requested CAT VIP Protection. In light of Commissioner Mzolo's response that he was unaware of this deployment as Brigadier Mkwanazi's direct superior, do you know who the we that Brigadier Mkwanazi references? Who is the we that Brigadier Mkwanazi references in this document?
SC, I cannot tell whom was he referring to.
Okay. You had in your original document, your original letter at JM 20, at item 5, you don't have to go there, I'll read it for you. At point 5 of your JM 20, you had written to Commissioner Mzolo, please provide details if the additional security support was included in the SASRIA committee event application operational plan for approval. Do you see that? Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Now, it would appear on my reading, and I want to test if I'm correct, that Brigadier Mkwanazi actually addresses himself specifically to that request at page 110 after he has listed the items that CAT VIP will be providing or provided.
That is correct, Bessie.
And could you read the first line, the first sentence after that list, starting with all our security operational personnel?
On page
110, 110.
110. CAT VIP protection and asset management. 8 VIP.
No, after the list, skip the list. We know what he says was. I'm interested in the paragraph after that list.
Okay.
All our
Thank you.
security operational.
All our security personnel are not provided or submitted to SASRIA committee, but a formal security plan was developed and submitted to the Chief of Director Specialized Services, to the Office of the Director Specialized Services, Deputy Commissioner Operations and Specialized Services, and EMPD Commissioner for the final approval before the execution.
Okay. Now, just to clarify a few issues, what does Brigadier Mkwanazi mean where you had requested a JM 20 details if the additional security support was included in the SASRIA committee event application operational plan for approval? That's what you had requested. And I understand him to say at JM 22, page 1110, quote, all our security operational personnel are not provided or submitted to SASRIA committee, but a formal security plan was submitted. Now, when he says that all our security operational personnel are not provided or submitted to SASRIA committee, what does he mean by that? In the context of your request.
Perhaps, Chief, when you explain what does he mean, you should first explain to us what is this SASRIA committee and the operational plan that is submitted for approval.
Okay. Let me start with the SASRIA committee.
Yes.
This is the committee in the city. When there are events, all the events, planned and unplanned events, there could be a protest march. There is a committee where you need to go and apply. So that committee comprises of relevant departments which are operationally. So that committee is called SASRIA. So even when there are operational plans, that operational plan must go to this committee. There's a chairperson of the SASRIA where you present your case, and then the operational plan will then be approved or not approved.
Does that answer your question? Thank you. Now, following then on that explanation.
Sorry, before you continue, Ms. Sildo. Isn't there a body called SASRIA that's outside of the municipality, even though I think the spelling is different? Isn't there?
I will believe that, Commissioner, that events are not only taking place in Ekurhuleni. So there could be other massive events taking place.
Thank you.
There is Pirates and Chiefs.
My co-commissioners have whispered to me that yes, there is, but
Yes.
That is something totally different. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Now that we understand what the Sasria Committee is, as you have explained, Chief, and its purpose, getting back then to Brigadier Mkwanazi's response to you at 1110, I wanted to know what he means when his response is, all our security operational personnel are not provided or submitted to Sasria Committee. What does he mean by that? Or what did you understand him to mean?
It's only him who can understand this. I'm battling to understand what was he trying to convey.
So you didn't understand him. We can only obtain that understanding directly from the author.
That is correct,
Okay.
SC.
Now, he then says, continuing on that line, a formal security plan was developed and submitted to the Office of Director Specialized Services. Who was Director Specialized Services at the time that this email was drafted? Was it himself?
I don't see the date because he was the Director Specialized Services.
The date is at page 109 at the beginning of that email, Monday, the 4th of April, 2022.
I'm getting lost, SC, because he was the Director Specialized Services.
So when he says a formal security plan was developed and submitted to the Office of the Director Specialized Services, he's talking about himself in the third person.
Could be that.
Could be, or is it? Who was the Director of Specialized Services at the time?
He was the
And at the
Director
bottom of
Specialized
that
Services.
email, it is signed J. D. Mkwanazi, EMPD Director Specialized Services.
That is correct.
So he's
SC. That
talking
is what
about
I'm
himself
seeing.
in the third person in that paragraph. Do you see?
I could see that,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Who was the Deputy Commissioner Operations and Specialized Services?
That was Mr. Goodman Mzolo.
And the EMPD Commissioner?
I am the EMPD Commissioner.
Okay, so in that, taken together, Mr. Brigadier Mkwanazi suggests that a formal security plan was developed and submitted to himself, to Commissioner Mzolo, and to you for the final approval before execution, which is confidential. Was such a plan submitted to you? Are you aware? Were you aware of such a plan?
I wasn't aware of this plan, Commissioner.
Now, if reference to EMPD Commissioner in that paragraph is reference to you, and this email is addressed to you in response, what does he mean when he concludes that sentence and informs you that that security plan, ostensibly submitted to himself, Commissioner Mzolo, and yourself, is confidential? He says, which is confidential. Is he suggesting that is confidential for your purposes and you cannot have access to it?
But it's indicating that I needed to approve it before execution.
Yes.
So I did not see this operational plan.
Well, it would appear you couldn't see it because it is confidential as it states.
I could understand that, Commissioner.
He proceeds then to say,
Sorry, Ms. Silla.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. The way that I read this, and maybe let me test this with the chief here. I understood this paragraph because it answers that question 5, right, about the submission to the Sasria committee and the details. I thought what he's saying is that there was no submission to the Sasria committee because that plan is confidential and it is only for the security cluster of the EMPD.
yes, but he said, I agree with that part, except prior to that he says it was not submitted to the Sasria committee.
Yeah.
But a formal security plan was developed and submitted to the offices of the Director of Specialized Services, which is himself, Deputy Commissioner Operations, which is Commissioner Mzolo, and EMPD Commissioner, which is Chief Mapiyeye, for the final approval before the execution. So I was suggesting that that document, that plan cannot then be confidential vis-à-vis the chief, because he was supposed to have approved it, as the chief correctly points out.
Yes. All right.
Well, once again, I guess only the author can really explain what he
Can
meant.
explain what they meant. Yes, thank you.
He concludes then, Chief Mapiyeye, that paragraph by saying it is only for the security cluster of EMPD. Who or what is the security cluster of EMPD?
It is only for the security cluster or EMPD.
Or EMPD, yes, I apologize, yes, or
Of which it
EMPD.
was
Which is
done.
what is the security cluster?
I'm really battling to understand what was he trying to refer to.
Okay. And when he says or EMPD, who would be EMPD in this sense?
I am EMPD. I'm the head of EMPD.
So reference to EMPD has got to be reference to you.
That is correct.
That you said yes. And he says of which it was done. So he suggests if you are MPD, that it was provided to the security cluster and to you. Do you agree with that?
I did not see this operational plan, and it did not come to me for my final approval.
And then he concludes by saying telephone communication was done after the briefing or after receiving developing threats. Seniors were informed. First question, was any telephone communication had with you, whether by Brigadier Mkwanazi or anyone on his behalf?
No telephone communication, either by the deputy or by the brigadier himself. The day of that soccer, even late at night, there was no such.
Okay. Now, if we just quickly go back to page 109, which is the start of JM 20.
Maybe before you go,
yes,
go
Chief
back, let
Commissioner.
me ask based on this discussion now. Chief Mapiyeye, maybe explain to us how it works. You have a state of the city address. There must be preparation for security, to secure the event. There must be planning for it. And my assumption would have been that you would have become aware of the plan. In the normal course, you would have become aware of the plan. And if you are not aware, if a plan is not brought to you, you would not sit back. You are the chief of police. So you would, either you're driving the plan or you finally must see the plan before the event occurs. And here you are telling us you never saw this plan. How does it work normally? And did you, that's one. Tell us how it works when you're planning for an event such as this from a policing point of view. Who's involved, who gets to approve a plan? Did you see any plan at all? Was there a plan for this event? Did you see it? And if there was no plan, how did that come about? You have an event that you don't see a plan of, and you are happy to knock off at the end of your working day and go home knowing there's a big event and you haven't seen a plan. I've asked you 3 different questions. Maybe start off by explaining how it works ordinarily.
Thanks, Commissioner. When there is an event like the State of the City's address, the operational side of the department, which is headed by Mr. Mzolo as a Deputy Chief of Police, these are general practice because we know it has been continuously happening. We know when there is a state of the city, what do we then need? The deployment of officers. We will know what number we are going to need. The operational side, which is headed by Mr. Mzolo, will prepare such. From there, it is then presented at this SAS RIA. At SAS RIA, there are also members of SAPS and other relevant departments, like your sport division and others which are relevant. Thereafter, they will make their recommendation, then they will finally complete the operational plan. Then it will finally come to me for approval, because once the other members have commented, whether positively or negatively so, but well, they do their job diligently so, I will finally, most of the time, I won't turn an event like the State of the City's address down. So unless there are threats we have received from intelligence or SAPS that we need to do to make additional members available, and SAPS will always assist us. So that's how the plan works. This one of including other vehicles of outsiders, especially a company which was not even in the employ of the city of Ekurhuleni, because earlier we spoke about the 10 other companies of security. We do then include those in our operational plan when there is a need, because they are responsible for the entry and the exits. But finally, in short, the plans come to me and then I finally approved it. Then the event can then proceed.
So could there ever be a state of the city event such as this where there is no plan, operational plan like this, which goes through Sasria and then gets approved by you? Could there ever be that kind of situation?
Not at all.
Okay. So there would have been a plan in this case. That went to Sasria and that you approved.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And when in that plan, would it contain the personnel that would be deployed ordinarily?
That is correct. It would contain all the officers we have deployed. If we have utilized any other security company, especially internally, we'll also include such on that plan.
Okay. And ordinarily, does that plan also, at least the discussion at the Sasria committee, and maybe even the plan, does it deal with threats that have been received? Would those be addressed in that kind of committee?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And addressed in the plan?
That is correct, Commissioner. It can be addressed at Sasria.
So where Brigadier Mkhwanazi says we received threats and we decided to deal with them by bringing CAT VIP, if things are done properly, you would expect all of that to have been in the plan. The threats recorded in the plan.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd invited you back to page 109, Chief. And in the middle of that page is the second email, in that email thread. That email, I read it to be from Ivan Duplessis. You have explained already who that is. Dated the 11th of April, 2022. It's addressed to Julius Mkhwanazi. I take it's Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and you are copied in that email. Do you see that?
I could see that, Commissioner.
Now, I'll just quickly read. It says, "Good day, Brigadier Mkhwanazi. The Municipal Police Chief Commissioner Mapiyeye requested me to convey the following message. Bullet point, please take the below response and correspond on a EMPD memorandum and sign. Kind regards." Do you see that?
I could see that.
Do I understand correctly that what is communicated there is a request to Brigadier Mkhwanazi to put in a formal memorandum signed by him the response he has provided in the previous email?
That is correct, SC.
And that was done at your instruction?
That was done at my instruction, Commissioner.
Did you receive such a memorandum on or about the 11th of April, 2022?
I did not.
The last email appears at the top of 109, and once again, it's from Ivan Duplessis. It is addressed to Kilebogile Tepa and copied to Rivers Peace and Henny Erasmus. Am I correct to say that all the three are officials of EMPD?
That is correct, SC.
Now, this one is dated the 2nd of February 2023, and the author of the previous email under your instruction informs this was never done.
That is correct, SC.
So by February 2023, the report that the official memorandum you had requested from Brigadier Mkhwanazi was never submitted.
That is correct, SC.
Did you pursue this matter with Brigadier Mkhwanazi's senior, the superior, the person he reported to, or what became of this whole matter?
I've assigned the Deputy Chief, Mr. Mzolo, to deal and reprimand the Brigadier, but I didn't get feedback. How did he reprimand the Brigadier?
Yes. And I think you indicated if this is the conversation by February 2023, by end of November 23, Commissioner Mzolo was retiring.
Commissioner Mzolo was retiring in November 2023.
Yes.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So to date, do you know whether or not the city or the EMPD has ever acted on anyone based on what Brigadier Mkhwanazi did? Do you know if any steps were taken at all?
I was supposed to know as the head, but I did not really get feedback from the Deputy Chief how he dealt finally with this matter. And I was a little bit reluctant to further pursue this matter, to take it to my next level, who was my boss, because of the close proximity of this colleague Julius and my then boss, Dr. Imogen Mashazi. So that's why I left it with Mr. Mzolo to further take corrective measures with Julius.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner.
Chief Mapiyeye, you maybe firstly, when you say close proximity of Brigadier Mkhwanazi to the city manager, can you just explain that a little bit? What do you mean, close proximity?
I want to highlight that in a lot of instances where I will have to approach or reprimand Julius, I will be told that I must stop to be personal. And to me, my approach, I cannot target individuals. When something is wrong, it is wrong. But with this employee, Julius, he was a kind of like no-go zone.
The second, and maybe it's more a comment, it may end up being really a comment, inviting you to comment if you have anything to say. This whole incident that you speak of here, that you describe relating to the state of the city, it seems, at least to me, an outsider, to be a very serious incident that demanded more than just a reprimand, but quite serious action. And the reason I say that is that the one breach that one picks up from your evidence is that CAT VIP were not part of the service providers of the city. You've given us a list of the people that were appointed in 2020, I think.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And this state of the city is in 2022-23. So you give us that list. They are not on that list, so they should not have been there. There's a breach of procurement processes and policies there, right, and procedures. That's one infraction. 2, you have the chief of police and his deputy. They are not aware of highly trained armed people around your, I think you said your political leaders, that's what you call them, the guests that are there. You've told us it's VIP protection, or Mr. Mkwanazi, Brigadier Mkwanazi has told us it's people from the SAD task force, it's the SEPS task force and intervention unit. Now, those are highly trained people, and you have them in the midst of, in fact, also members of the public who attend this event. Highly armed. It seems, and here the two seniors, they know nothing about it. Brigadier Mkwanazi is the only one. And whoever else is dealing with, they're the only ones that know about this. They haven't been, these people, and the threats, in fact, have not been to the committee, to the Sasria committee. His superiors don't know anything about those threats because he says we discussed them and reported to the seniors. So there are all these serious infractions that I would have thought demand quite serious action, disciplinary action. That doesn't happen. And what is concerning is you take the posture that his superior must reprimand him. That's less than take disciplinary action. Do you have any comment? I mean, this sounds like there's been a complete failure, including from his immediate superior and yourself in how you respond to these serious acts, to take firm action, or at least to demand that firm action is taken about it. Do you have any comment to that?
I concur, Commissioner, that this is a security risk, and from my side, the appropriate action I took as this incident or the state of the city was sitting for 2 days. When I learned a bit later, because initially I did not know that these are even private security company members from outsiders, as I've indicated earlier, that I thought there are some of the delegates from outside, the other mayors. I instructed on that same night to the Deputy Chief of Police that I do not want to see anyone the following day when the council is going to be sitting. That one step I managed to take, and then further than that, I know that it's a serious matter which I should have maybe personally not even delegate to Mzolo. But I had this challenge of the proximity of this same gentleman with my bosses, so that it was not the first incident. When I came with issues, I will be told that I must stop to be personal to Julius. And yes, that's how it happened.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we understand where it all landed and why, as Commissioner Baloyi points out, there appears to have been a complete failure of accountability on a matter so serious. We will leave it there. You have provided your responses. I want perhaps that we deal with one other incident, which is brief, and we can do so quickly. The second one, and you deal with that from your paragraph 60. And perhaps you could quickly read into the record, 60 to 63, they are all very short paragraphs, and they capture the essence of that incident.
As you said, paragraphs.
60, page 18 of your statement. the small file.
On page 1860, during 2023, it came to EMPD's attention that Brigadier Mkhwanazi had, on 23 May 2022, issued a generic letter stating to whom it may concern, letter titled Confirmation Letter of Work Collaboration between EMPD, THU, I think that is Truck Hijacking Unit, I was told, and Mr. CJ Smith. This letter purported to inform of a collaboration between the alleged EMPD Truck Hijacking Unit, a unit he had created with a civilian, one Mr. Smith. In terms of this letter, Mr. Smith was said to allegedly be providing various services to the unit, including vehicle truck tracking information for the purpose of recovery of stolen or hijacked vehicles, information gathering, suspect tracing, stock identification and verification. The letter further advised that further details regarding Mr. Smith are protected by the POPIA Act and could therefore not be disclosed. The letter concludes with a threat of prosecution in the event that it is unlawfully distributed. Must I go ahead, Essie?
You conclude by stating that a copy of this letter that you've just spoken about is marked JM23 and is attached to your statement.
That is correct.
JM23, for the record, appears at page 111 of the big file. It's not the best copy, but it's still legible. And a reading of that annexure, I think, to a large extent, accords with the summary you have provided at paragraph 60. Do you confirm that?
That is correct, Essie.
You conclude by making some points in regard to this letter at paragraph 63. Would you care to read that?
I must point out the following in respect to this alleged collaboration. Firstly, there is no unit in EMPD called EMPD Truck Hijacking Unit. Secondly,
Chief, just a second.
Can we ask either you or the Chief, Ms. Sildo, to read this into the record? It's a bad copy, but because the two of you have lived closer to each than we have, one of you should please read it.
Okay, I think I'll quickly and happily read it. I did indicate for the record that what Chief Mapiyeye states at paragraph 60 and its subparagraphs is a fair summary of the content of this letter. But I'm happy to read it quickly.
Please, thank you.
This letter is addressed to whom it may concern. It indicates it's from Brigadier J. Mkhwanazi, Operations and Specialized Services Commander, and it's dated the 23rd of May, 2022. The heading of this letter is Confirmation Letter of Work Collaboration between EMPD, THU, and Mr. J. Smith. This memorandum serves the confirmation that CJ Smith works in collaboration with EMPD Truck Hijacking Unit. Mr. Smith provides EMPD THU with the following services: vehicle and truck tracing information for purposes of recovery of stolen or hijacked vehicles, information gathering, suspect tracing, stock identification and verification. I hope that the above is sufficient information in respect to Mr. Smith's work with the EMPD. Due to the POPIA Act, please take note all personal details relating to EMPD as well as Mr. Smith are protected. Unlawful distribution of the above memorandum will be prosecuted. Regards, Brigadier J. Mkwanazi, Commander of the Specialized Services, I think,
Units.
Commander of Specialized Services, Service Units, EMPD. That's the end of the letter.
Thank you,
Chair.
Ms. Silva.
Chair, that concludes the second incident.
Can I just ask, Chief, this letter appears to me at least to be a reference letter that is to be used by Mr. C.J. Smith. What is your understanding of this letter? And you confirm whether or not it's authentic, genuine.
Commissioner, I will confirm that it was issued genuinely so by Brigadier Mkwanazi because I was informed that it is not the only letter. There are 6 others who are still busy trying to trace. This one, we managed to pick it up when there was that media clip of Jeff Wick. It was also attached. So, and there are colleagues who knows this Mr. J. Smith. And another one which I will touch on a little bit later when I go to other incidences. I was told that he had also this kind of a letter.
Did he have authority to issue this type of letter?
Not at all.
Thank you, Commissioner. And perhaps to close up on this point in your statement, you had started dealing with your paragraph 63, I think, before the chair requested that the actual annexure be read into the record. Could I invite you to read paragraph 63, which are your concluding remarks regarding this document?
Thank you, SC. I must point out the following in respect of these alleged collaborations. Firstly, there is no unit in EMPD called EMPD Drug Hijacking Unit. So there's no such a unit on the structure. Secondly, the activities on which collaborations is claimed are beyond the scope of EMPD. These are powers exercised exclusively by SAPS and will by definition be unlawful.
Thank you,
If I may?
Chief
Mapiyeye,
Mapiyeye.
if I may?
Yes, Commissioner.
And he signs off as Commander of Specialized Services Units, in the plural, EMPD. What is that? Did he hold a position of commander, and what are these specialized units in EMPD?
He will call himself that word commander, but we've got directors. He is appointed he was by then appointed as a director Specialized Services. So he was supposed to sign as a director Specialized Services.
And has you or in fact the municipality reported this to the police? Have you conducted your own investigation of why this was distributed and to whom did it go? Has anything come of it by way of formal investigation and reporting?
Commissioner, I think I am a little bit sensitive to go in detail currently due to my space where I am to divulge much more other information due to my status. But I know that there are certain activities taking place currently.
By the municipality?
That is
itself.
correct.
Okay, thank you, that's enough for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Chair, I see it's 4 minutes after 4. We had hoped to have rushed through the statement, but we still have a bit to go. We are in your hands as to way forward. We
When
could
you
stop
are-
and the witness continue tomorrow, or we could do like you did yesterday and push till 6.
Bev, let's continue tomorrow, but I will ask this, how long do you think tomorrow's witness is going to be?
We're just conferring here, trying to see if Chief Mapiyeye were to roll over the impact it would have on tomorrow's plan. And on our estimation, we should be able, if we start at 9:30, to conclude with Chief Mapiyeye by tea time. And the incoming witness would comfortably take us to no longer, close of day, not beyond 4 p.m. There is to a large extent, there are to a large extent overlaps between his evidence and the chief. And some of the questions that witness would have answered, the commissioners have posed to Chief Mapiyeye and I think have been answered. So we will try not to unduly repeat, and that should cut down the time significantly.
Let us adjourn then and resume at 9:30.
Thank you, Chair.